All right, everything's looking good. Whew. Back to space. Mission on. Good audio. Excellent. Excellent. All right. Good afternoon. As usual, of course, I am Vilcata, and today we are continuing our beloved series of Hardspace Shipbreaker. I know that there was a little bit of a short notice on this one. I was toying with doing a different stream, but I wanted to get this. A little more on this, and I got something I want to talk about a little bit later, and the stream tends to draw a bigger audience. So we'll talk about that in a bit. HSSB, welcome. You haven't seen me in a long time. I've been around, and try to do something at least once a week. If it's a stream or posting some kind of content. So welcome. Good to see you. Fighting CB. Yeah, I reckon I saw B, and that's what made me think of. Good to see you, man. Good to see you. It's funny that you would show up at this stream, because what I was wanting to talk to, I'm going to wait till more people are here to actually start talking about it, but I'm looking pretty hard at Minecraft again. Looking pretty hard at it. It's calling my name. Having trouble resisting. So for anyone else who's not aware, Fighting CB was on the same server I was when I did my my Minecraft series on the channel, which was functionally the starting series of the channel. I did something a little bit before then, but I didn't finish it because I dropped it like a sack of potatoes once that server started up. So I kind of cut my YouTube teeth on Minecraft. CB was on that server. So CB, you're still playing on that server? What have you been up to? Still Minecrafting, I assume? Don't let this. I'll have to do some repairs later on. I like to be stingy with our repair kits. Found a new server? Yeah, and so I definitely enjoyed my time on Scar's servers. For those who are not familiar with it, Scar World. I did enjoy my time there, but if I do another series or any kind of content related to Minecraft, it will be on a different server. I think it's a little bit more content creator friendly, which is in no way a slam at all on the Scar World server. A majority of their content, or of their community, are not content creators, and it makes sense for them to gear policies and mods and rules towards making it run smoothly for people who are not content creators. So that was always understood, and I was always perfectly fine with that. But there's another server that started recently that I'm looking hard at, that I think is a little bit more content creator friendly. All right, we're gonna start off. We always start off with something small. We usually start off with a mackerel, but I don't want to start off an exolab. And we haven't done a roustabout tug in quite some time, so we'll kind of count this as our first small ship. I like where you are now. Maybe. I'm looking, if I were to go back to Minecraft, it would need to be a new server. And there is a server that rebooted very recently. That if I were to go, that's kind of what, finding out about that is kind of what put it in my mind of, I find the time to do it. Fuel, okay. But this this is not a Minecraft channel, right? So if I were to do anything Minecraft related, it would not be the primary focus of the channel. I miss playing Minecraft. And with the new updates, the auto crafter.
Salvage secure.
Hey, look, that's everything I've ever wanted. I'm a redstoner. First and foremost, I'm a redstoner. Just, you know, automation, it's obvious, right? I mean, the primary focus of this channel for the past 2 years has been factory games. More specifically, Satisfactory. And probably for the next couple of years, right? Because we're waiting on Satisfactory 1.0 to come out, which it will be coming out in early September. They're going to go live with 1.0, and you know, we're all about it. That's what we're waiting on. We won't be going, you know, we won't be starting our series, season 2, on day 1, because there are definitely mods that need to be incorporated before we start. But sometime in September, we're gonna go whole hog on Satisfactory once again, and I can't full-time 2 different series, but I can part-time a series. And I could see, you know, Minecraft from a content creation standpoint, aside from it being terrible for growing a small channel, is great for live streaming. It's a great live streaming game. And I wouldn't mind live streaming. You know, I can live stream it in my, you know, casually. And that appeals to me. While I do and have live streamed Satisfactory, that's typically been when we're working on extended large projects. Obviously, the best example of it was when we did the Tower of Power, our 85 gigawatt power plant, which took in excess of 100 hours to build. And a lot of that, most of that was on live stream. But from day-to-day project stuff, not that great for live streaming. When it comes down to what it takes to craft an episode, you know, with making the time lapses and everything, there's a lot of administrative, I guess you could say, things that go on off screen, or off camera, to put together an episode for like Satisfactory. Whereas with Minecraft, even when you're talking about making episodes of something that you've done on stream, it's easier because a lot of what we end up doing, at least from a build,
proceed with caution.
Be replayed through the replay mod. And that can just be recording in the background, as it does. Ready for fire. And then later, after all is said and done, you can go through and use replay mod to build a story, build a time lapse, and rebuild it and change it. It doesn't require the kind of planning that kind of the static cameras
Salvage deposit
do
secured.
in
Credits awarded.
Satisfactory, because the tools are not as, I don't want to say as advanced, it's just the game engine isn't as compliant with the method that like Replay Mod uses in Minecraft, being time lapses. You know, and it's just this night and day difference. It's so different. So you can kind of, you know, Replay can be doing its thing in the background while you're live streaming and chatting and just working on whatever project you want to work on. Okay, so I don't tether straight to it.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
Plus, Minecraft has a lot of downtime
Thruster unstable.
between projects.
Fire hazard risk high.
You're talking about obviously grinding for materials and you know, on multiplayer servers there's a lot of opportunity to interact with other people that is interesting,
Deposit accepted.
but
for
would take up too
process.
much time to include in videos. So you know, getting to see those things in live is kind of another thing that makes a
Salvage
good game
deposited.
for live
Applying
stream.
credit to account.
Because honestly, when you play Minecraft, you kind of live in it. You live in the world. Like, well, I said, the Satisfactory, you just, you know, a lot of it is like there's no real grind in Satisfactory. There's the exploring and you know, getting things like your hard drives and stuff, but when it comes down to, you know, doing a build, the whole game's about automation. So you don't have to go mining for materials. You just let the machines build your materials for you, and then you put them on a train or whatever and take them to the job site. So it's a different flow
Warning. Fuel levels are critical.
between projects. Minecraft's a lot about the living in the world and building things from time to time while you're doing it.
Processor deposit accepted. Credits awarded.
With our steering of deep. We run out of fuel.
Thruster fuel system unstable.
And I mentioned I posted this
Extreme caution.
stream notification pretty late, just a few hours ago. Normally I try to do it the day before. Again, I was kind of trying to figure out if I could get away with doing actually a League of Legends live stream, because they have at least new game mode
Salvage registered.
that
Transferring credits.
super fun, and it's a PvE game mode, so it'd be a pretty cool thing to get other people to join in on. But
Salvage secured.
back and forth
Credits
on it because
deposited.
if you succeed, and it's it's basically a mission based bullet hell type of thing. It's just you're on a kind of a city map or some kind of location map, and you just swarms of stuff spawn, and you get XP and you level up, and you build up your abilities, and it's super cool. And then at the 15-minute mark, if you're still alive, then a boss spawns and you try to kill the boss, and that's the end of the map. And so, kind of wasn't really sure whether or
5 minutes
not,
left to get your work done.
that
Okay,
would
Cutter?
be compelling content. I mean, it's good for live stream, I guess. But
Welcome
it's
to
just a bunch of
Venezuela
15-minute
9000.
sessions. Which, ironically, now that I think about it, what was this game?
Thank you.
Because
Fuel levels restored.
Object accepted for processing. Credits deposited. Thruster fuel system breach. Interior unstable. Salvage registered. Transferring credits. Salvage accepted. Credit applied.
Airlock depressurizing.
Valuable objects processed. Credits awarded.
Airlock pressurizing.
All right, Cutter. Time to wrap it up, okay? 1 minute left.
Air pressure level decreasing. Hello Shipbreaker 9346-52. Lynx would like to share the following inspirational message. Make the most of your shift by fanning the tiny sparks of effort into flames of profitability.
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account. Salvage deposit registered. Account credited. Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credit.
Airlock depressurizing. Airlock pressurizing. Air pressure level decreasing. Airlock depressurizing.
Processing valuable deposit. Credits transferred. deposit accepted. Credits transferred. Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded. Salvage secured. Applying credit. Salvage secured. Account credit applied. Salvage secured. Credits deposited. Salvage registered. Transferring credits. Salvage secured. Applying credit. Object processed. Transferring credits. Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred. Salvage accepted. Credit applied. Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account. Five minutes left in the shift, Cutter, okay? Okay.
Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded. Salvage secured. Account credit applied. Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
Tether supplies are low.
Processing valuable object. Credits awarded.
One minute left on the clock, Cutter. 1 minute.
Valuable object processed. Credits awarded. deposit confirmed. Applying credit.
Interesting. I noticed that somehow I got on mute.
Hello, Shipbreaker. Please enjoy this inspirational message. The last 10% of a job takes as much energy as the first 90%.
Not sure when I got near the mute
which is
key.
why it's so important to always give 110%.
It'll be really interesting to go back over the replay and find out how long I was muted. Hopefully not long, since no one noticed. All right. Oh yeah, one tether. I believe there's nothing else attached to that.
Caution. Tether.
Valuable object
That last
accepted
tether
for
up.
processing.
Welcome to Vendatron 9000. Have a nice day.
Think about it and make sure that there isn't, in fact, something still on there. All right. The ship's all split up. Like a unfinished puzzle on a table. A piece kind of sitting disconjointed. Now you put all the light-colored pieces near each other. I don't know what that looks like.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred. Processor deposit accepted. Credits awarded.
Oh, I didn't even send that yet. Oh. Go anywhere. I mean, I do want you to go somewhere. I want you to go where I'm tethering you. Go until I tether you. Get that one right past them. Kind of feels like a poor design to have these couplings on the outside of the ship, of the bridge crew or the cockpit crew. I guess you
Processing
would call
valuable
the bridge.
deposit. Credits
Got into
transferred.
some kind of emergency. They couldn't detach it to get out. That'd just be it. Stuck inside.
Raw material deposited. Transferring credits.
All right, do we get audio? Oh, we do. All right, time to go quiet for a moment.
Hey, it's me. Yeah, look, I get it. You don't want to talk to me right now, and well, hey, you don't gotta. Just listen. Nobody alive can be an angel all the time, and I don't want you seeing my other side. You know, I've been going to anger management classes and trying to do my breathing exercises and just like, look, if I seem edgy, I'm not trying to take it out on you, okay? You gotta believe me. I am so sorry if it feels like I'm taking it out on you. That was never my intention. Never my intention. Please, Emmy. Come on, I am trying here. I'm trying my best. I'm trying. My intentions are good. I just I don't know. I'm sorry. This is what I'm saying. I'm sorry.
That's interesting. The couple of voice logs that we've found have been pretty serious. I wasn't aware that they had added that layer to the game. Curious if there's a, you know, 'cause we've never really spent the time to like go into the hab and go through all the data logs and see what order they exist in. See if there's any commonality or maybe a,
Object accepted for processing.
if
Credits
any of
deposited.
them connect. Like, is there a greater story with that guy, or is that just a weird random entry? Do we have other ones leading up to it? That's the, you know, same
Salvage deposit
people
registered. Account credited.
leaving like comms logs to each other. But I don't think that there is. I think that they're more or less
Processing
just
object.
all
Applying
one-offs.
credits to account.
That we do.
Salvage registered. Transferring credits.
That's furnace, oh, that's furnace, and that's processor. Be a connector. Off.
Deposit accepted for processing. Salvage goal met. Rewards will be paid.
Dump these down a bit. Out. And the cages behind them all go into the processor. Out of the way. Remember, we do these more or less by the floor. We're going to rotate the ship. A fun strategy. Love doing it.
Valuable object accepted for processing.
I've never actually watched anyone else play this game. Like, never. I've never watched a YouTube video of someone else playing this game. I don't know what strategies other people use. I assume there are other people who use a similar strategy. I don't want to cut this out yet because the floor above has not been cleared and I don't know what's inside of it. It's probably nothing. But I don't really want to be willy-nilly cutting.
Material deposited.
And it's a processor item anyway, so it's not going to matter what the orientation of the ship is. If it was a barge item, it'd be different. Like that. Read up. Where it starts getting floating. Should be light enough now. We still haven't detached the roof. Okay.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
Running a little slow, that's alright. That tether.
Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded.
Grab that off the wall. Easy to be in the way.
Salvage secured. Applying credit.
Ooh, that was dangerous. Out of here.
Salvage accepted. Credit applied.
Hey man, I thought I tethered that guy to. Huh. There must have been a missing storage bin on
Salvage
both of those
deposited.
tiers.
Applying credit to account.
Like, get on that level. Spin it back a little bit. Rotate it a little bit. Alright, it doesn't really matter. That tether turned blue just in time. It was getting ready to break.
Salvage secured.
It's a little off
Credits
kilter, but
deposited.
it'll do. Right, stop moving now. They already canceled the tether.
Cutter? Got about 5 minutes left till you're done for the day.
Could right the ship a little bit, but like it really
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
get some processor items out a little bit more easily.
Valuable object processed. Credits deposited. Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credit.
I should turn it just a little bit before it breaks free. Nice.
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account. All salvage goals achieved. Rewards maximized.
Gotta cut this off before I did that rotation. Makes me nervous. So heavy.
Salvage accepted. Credit applied.
Smoking. Get out of here.
Processing object. Applying credits to account.
I tried to ignite it. I didn't expect it to work. I don't think I really wanted it to work. I couldn't help myself.
Salvage secured. Applying credit.
Yeah, I'm surprised you haven't seen this game before. I missed message there. Surprised after all this time you haven't come and seen one of my videos. This is the game that made this channel. I mean, there's no other way of saying it. My tutorials for this game is the reason why this channel exists. Not that we haven't been pretty good. Driver base from Fast Factory. I love tutorials. Which reminds me, I need to do a tutorial on Satisfactory. Thinking about it. I mean, first of all, I'm missing being in Satisfactory. But, you know, it's about to go to 1.0.
Cutter, there's 1 minute left till the end of the
Traditionally,
shift.
that means we're gonna destroy the rest of it. Whoa, got some of it off there, nice. You know, traditionally when a game leaves early access, it gets another boost of players. Well, you know what happened with this game.
Processing valuable objects.
We got a lot more players once it went to 1.0. And, why? 19 seconds left. I was just looking like, wait a minute. I think this is all that's left. But I can't get it in there for 19 seconds. You know, I've talked to a lot of people over the years of playing Satisfactory on the Discord and forums and whatnot. And of course, new players always have lots of questions. But I found that there's only really two systems in the game that confuse people. I mean, there's a lot of questions they have about how to do things more efficiently, but mechanically, there's only a couple of systems that give people problems. One being pipes, which I don't think I'm going to do a tutorial on. But the other one being trains.
Good morning, Shipbreaker. Your theta wave levels are
And
high.
I definitely
Please administer 2
think there's a lot
caffeine
of
pods
value
before
in
starting
getting a
your
good
shift.
tutorial out for how trains work in Satisfactory. I've covered it a lot in my episodes. But I think it'd be a good idea to have a standalone tutorial that covers the things that, you know, I've seen people have problems with. Because trains are an awesome thing in the game.
Salvage
It
deposit
can be very
registered.
daunting,
Account credited.
and they can be surprisingly unintuitive. Largely because there's so many different ways to do trains in games like that, right? I mean, there's so many different ways. So many different games handle trains differently. And so there's no, there's no shame in assuming something about how trains work and then being completely off base. Because it's just the way that developers decided to implement trains in that particular game. I've found from talking to people that that's definitely something that confuses people a lot. I think that they would benefit from ours. The channel would probably benefit from having a tutorial. These tutorials get lots of clicks.
Material accepted.
Right. And because I like helping. Anything we're missing. Missing anything at all. Those are all broken. And sideways. We can lodge it. You know, essentially my entire first series for Satisfactory was basically one
Material
giant
deposited.
tutorial.
Account credit applied.
And as 1.0 comes out and I get to start the second series, it's going to be a little bit less tutorialized. I think that again it'd be benefit of an actual tutorial out there. Probably should have done it that way so it would go in straight like. Where did I put? Wait a minute, did I get all the things off the back wall? You know what would be super cool would be if these things on the lift only spawned when we turned in stuff. Like, that would be awesome. If it would just be empty until you put stuff in there and then that was the material
Raw material deposited.
from your labors. Oh no, that's a door. In our pocket. Oh yeah, we've got no gray on this one. You know, if we hadn't goofed up there in that, in our hurry in the first round, we'd have an incredible high percentage. There's no gray from cutting stuff. Look at that, 0.1% remaining. That's from cutting the plate for the reactor out. Everything else was pure. We could have had a 99.9. But despite our mistake, we still got what would have been an old school mini-me. So we're good with that. I think we're gonna do a gecko next. I want to save the javelin for last. I want to be maximally warmed up. We get our revenge.
Hello, Shipbreaker. Overnight genetic backup
On the
complete.
javelin.
Pattern deviation nominal. Have a good day.
What? Or a gecko. I want to do a ghost salvage. Much as I love heavy cargo geckos, I like our options. That's also too far down. Let's back out. Cycle our list. Hop right back in. Pepsi. Some Doritos. My favorite Doritos. These are hard to find. Flamin' Hot Lyman. Most of the other Dorito flavors have been acidified. Doritos used to be a lot better. They've gotten skimpy with the coating on them and
Good morning,
the
Shipbreaker.
truly spicy
Lynx
ones.
mandates a maximum of 8 hours
They
of sleep.
survived and they
Any extra
discontinued.
sleep time will be docked from the next
That's the
pay
last
cycle.
good one. All right, what you got for us? Oh, the trash gazer. Yeah, boy, that's what I want. All right. We haven't done one of these in ages. Yeah. Pull the solar batteries off first. Whoops. Did all three cut? I did. Nice. I mean, didn't say it was a cut, but still.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
I think there is an angle where we can get all four. Oh, and that's gonna. Yeah, I don't think there's an angle where we can actually get all four of them because the dots aren't going to go across enough. Still for a 3.
Salvage registered. Transferring credits.
Pumped it around with our head like we're playing soccer. Or football for you folks on the other side of the pond.
Secured. Credits awarded.
Play soccer. Loved it. I could have been a contender.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
I almost solely played goalie or forward. Actually, state champ. It'd be awesome being the goalie for a state champ. That was a long time.
Salvage secured. Applying credit.
Like that, but we don't do. That's a processor. Some of these it comes off.
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account.
I like how they thematically attached all these sensor things and whatnot to, you know, what is basically a tourist ship, right? It's the Stargazer. I mean, we call it Trash Gazer, but I like how they kind of repurposed
Salvage registered.
the
Transferring
ship
credits.
for what it does, and it's definitely a different layout than the other geckos. I feel like this ship really exemplifies what they were trying for this game. And what we, they had a bigger budget and larger team that maybe we would have seen more of, which was, the idea that you have a class of ship that is essentially a shell that is then customized in models. And this, because this is so different from the larger geckos, but it's still a gecko.
Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded.
Or if we can get out. I don't think we can come back in, but we're gonna leave a handle just in case. In a little while since we
Airlock pressurizing.
feel like there is a atmospheric regulator at the top of the ladder. Yeah, there it is. Working, it's not working. Yeah, I can see it broke. Alright. So if there had been a working regulator there, we could have closed this door, exited through the hull, and then come back into the door. The airlock. And then hit another kernel. That one right there. Of course, traditionally, we always work our way out of the cockpit when possible. Let's that away. Regulator there.
Airlock depressurizing.
Regulator back here. All working. I mean, arguably, you press the button on that one, cut our way through the floor, which would be a disaster because that would depressurize the outer hull through the hole, shattering the entire floor. In theory, what we could do, we could go to the outer hull, reach the outer hull, come back in through the door, come into that room, close the door, depressurize it, cut our hole through the floor, come back in again. We're not gonna do that. No audio on that one. Okay. Oh yeah. But we could get like 2 or 3 depressurizations out of this by button. But I don't like depressurizing the outer hull by force, like cutting through space. Dangerous. Not gonna go anywhere. So, when we do our depressurizations, we like to keep it internal. Anything away in the ambush. Full lines. Asteroids or anything, we just should take these few extra seconds to. Mostly the ambush asteroid is on the heavy cargo gecko, but we have seen like cargo, crates floating around back here. I'd love to hit the fuel line on their way out for a depressurization event. Oh, there's something under the ship. Closed. Closed. Button.
Air pressure level decreasing.
Hang on for dear life. Faced by potato chips. Breathing a little heavier than I would expect from that event. Anything else? Handle. Oh, that's the wrong door handle.
5 minutes left, Cutter. All good? Good.
Be all good once this last depressurization happens. All right. Here. Time to start choppy. Didn't notice anything that was aluminum when we flew over the ship. Wasn't. Second time. Extra real knife. In and out, X, back, go.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
Game doesn't believe in having windows. We have to make our own. That piece of red down there is the bit of processor on the antenna base that we can move.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
I was picking up speed there and almost went straight through the airlock. I would not have been happy about that. Not have been well pleased. I think we left the door handle on there, so we need to get that. Yep. Get out of my way. Where'd you go?
Salvage accepted. Credit applied.
There we go.
Valuable object accepted
airlock.
for processing.
Got it. Have an exit on the roof.
Salvage deposit registered. Account credited.
Expect that when I went around the corner. Heat sinks right in my way.
Not much time left, Cutter. 1 minute to go.
That attached to that. All I really want is to get getting these panels out of the way so we can fly back in. Like, we do have something on the bottom that we need to remember to remove. Let's peek out this side here. Get it. There it is. That way we don't accidentally send it into a processor.
Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credit.
Got it. Nice. It can carry on its way now. We've only destroyed $848 worth, not even a 0.1%. What was we cut? Oh, it wasn't from cutting, right? It was antenna base, yeah. We just couldn't avoid it. It was stuck to the tower.
Hello, Shipbreaker. This is your morning wake-up call.
3.5 million. Feel like a very profitable day, did it? Yeah, it's the antenna base. Those guys had made it a little bit further. We
Processing
had some more
valuable
money for that
deposit.
first ship.
Credits transferred.
There's the one we just got free. All good though. It got us the access. That was what we wanted.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
Ooh. Ooh. Turned a little fast on that. I didn't expect that to be right there.
Salvage deposit registered. Account credited.
If I hit that any harder and we would have had a problem.
Salvage secured. Applying credit. Salvage accepted. Credit applied. Object accepted for processing. Credits deposited.
Here are my little
Salvage deposit
ways
secured.
beams. I'm pretty sure there's
Credits
a
awarded.
computer console on the back of his door. The wall unit won't come out yet. Away. Yep. We're not moving. Who are you?
Processor deposit accepted. Credits awarded.
Glad I have a mute key. Attached.
Valuable object processed. Credits awarded.
Oh, the tether broke. Oh no, that was. Oh, never mind. That was the thing I tethered. No, no, that's the front. Yeah, the tether must have broke. I just broke the one tether rule. I should have guided it in. Bamboozled me. Hatched. Mines.
Processing object. Applying credits to account. Salvage goal cleared. Rewards allocated.
That moved, and I did not expect that. Neither of you were attached to it. Not move. I'm stuck. Holding on to. I think it's all one piece of the back, not that I recall. No, you can see the outline. No, go. Bees. Okay. All right, well, if you want to be stubborn like that. Back to you. Love just peeling it away like an onion. So satisfying. Traffic jam here, but it's okay.
Processing valuable deposit. Credits
Give us more
transferred.
visibility on what might be holding those in place. I feel like something's just colliding. You know, we've had problems with that, usually with like heat sinks. That touch, that's the edge of the wall. Hold them in place when they're not supposed to. Although I don't think that's the case here. These heat sinks.
Object
I think this
processed.
is actually
Transferring
part of
credits.
that. It's been so long since we've done one of these. I think that's all one big shell piece. Ah, there it is. Those are coming apart now. Yep, that was it. I remember they had a weird geometry to it, but I didn't think it went that far back. A little excessive. Still tethered.
Deposit accepted for processing.
The pipe. One big piece. That. It up a little bit. Good.
Processor deposit accepted.
Forward.
Credits awarded.
Objects in motion. Motion. Over there and out of the way, please. not need you to hit. Hide this pipe. Go. All right, so this is the one ship that we do different from
Salvage
all the other
registered.
ships.
Transferring credits.
I was running a little bit from that snake. We do not do TU first, not the. We've gotten in trouble with this before. We've gotten in trouble with it. How did we do this differently? Because we took this out and then we hinged the whole thing backwards. Oh, right. Okay. I think last time we made the mistake of hinging the thrusters instead of the EQ. I think we talked about
Hey,
going
Cutter.
forward instead.
5 minutes
We're
left
gonna
in this shift.
kind of
All right.
rewrite the way we do this, the strategy.
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account.
I know we had a pretty good strategy for this at some point, and then we kind of tinkered with it, and then we forgot about which strategy was the good one. I think we never settled on definitively this is the good strategy that we want to use for it.
Salvage deposit
I
confirmed.
think that we need to
Applying credit.
start over again a bit.
Processing valuable object. Credits awarded.
I think that what we did last time that got us in trouble was that we took care of the ECU first, detached everything from the ship so that we could hinge, you know, like this is connected to that. So we take away the bars, we can rotate the reactor so it's facing down. That rotates all these bars, these pipes as well, and the thrusters. Problem being that doing so disconnects it from the ship, and the hinges, the handles no longer work on the thrusters, and we ended up having to cut and just blow everything all Kingdom Come last time. But that is, if we're going to hinge this, that's not an option. Looking for something else to attach this to. And then I was thinking, well, I could just tether it straight to the barge, but then it would hit that on the way down, and
Credits transferred.
that would be unpleasant.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
Well, I'm not mad about you not going in. I did say I just wanted you out of the way. Bounce you off that a little bit here. So away from it. There we go. That should take care of that.
Valuable object processed. Credits deposited.
Goes from the side so it rotates outwards. Oh no, we lost a light. Ernest, stop trying to take it. Great, now you're gonna hook on the top. reason, that made me think of the Wicked Witch of the West.
Valuable object processed. Credits awarded.
Melting, melting. Slowly going in. Obviously, we're not going to deal with the reactor on this shift.
1 minute
Oh no!
left, Cutter.
Oh, why'd I
Finishing
have to
things
get in
up.
a hurry and do
All right.
that? Okay, that's leaking. And we're at 50 seconds. Okay, hopefully that doesn't do anything bad before next shift. This. Maybe I'll get inside quickly if things go bad at the beginning of the shift. The game kind of stuttered when I freed that up, and it overpulled. Hit the shatter this.
Valuable object accepted.
Probably
for
should have left that because now it could potentially be freezing the reactor. We gotta deal with this carefully. Got even in the danger zone now. I think here's what we do. When we go in, cut the wall around the ECU quickly, carefully. Try to hinge that whole thing out. I wanted to go into the ship, because I know this was a strategy that we talked about wanting to try and we never did. This kind of puts us on the clock though, because who knows what could go wrong. Because we have to cut the ship in half at some point, right, to get the entire hull into furnace. And so that middle point is kind of where we want to cut anyway. So we talked about last time pre-cutting that so that we could hinge the reactor forward
Links would
into
like
the
to
ship
share the
and then pull
following
it down.
inspirational message. The greatest reward in life
So
is the chance to
hinging
work
it
hard
outwards,
at work
because
worth
with
doing.
the ECU still attached, that pipe remains in the way, but going the other way is fine. We're going to assess the situation when we get in there and see if we can get away with still going, because sometimes the pipe leak remains as a leak, as long as it doesn't start the meltdown. Out of the way. Access to the floor. You were supposed to get out of the way so I could get this out of the way. So we don't have time to grab, separate this. That was a wrong button. I meant to tether it. You know what? It worked out all right.
Processor deposit accepted. Credits awarded.
Moving, and right now I don't have to care.
Salvage goal obtained. Additional rewards assigned.
It's a little out of order. Got prepped the room above. What? That's okay. But that cut a lot more than it should. That's a wall there, so just doing that isn't going to be enough. have to. Now, traditionally, we haven't cut every floor out of this. But we do that for the little carrier, the station hopper. For this one, we tend to do like every one or two or three steps. But as I'm kind of in a hurry, cutting the entire floor out. Because my focus is getting access to that.
Deposit accepted.
Dangerous, but anyway. Go crazy. Went crazy, but it didn't damage the computers. Okay. Holding on to. That's acting like I didn't get a good cut.
Material accepted. Credits assigned.
How did that not get cut? Just cut this. Seriously? Fine. You're not the critical floor that needs to come out.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
Caution. No tethers. Please refill supplies.
No time to run out of tethers. Looks like that finally came off.
Welcome to
There's-
Venetron 9000. Have a nice day.
Warning. Fuel levels are low.
Over there. Barge.
Salvage accepted. Credit applied.
I'm pulling a light.
Salvage deposited. Applying
Doors.
credit to account.
Oh, yeah, that's... Wait for me. I still don't know why that floor is hanging on.
Salvage registered. Transferring credits.
Trying to be uncooperative. Oh, the whole ship has moved, look. And it's still moving. Bad collision. Not gonna make things in
Salvage
here.
secured. Applying credit.
I mean, it kind of will, because that's the direction we're trying to tilt the reactor, but it won't, because then we won't have the same clear shot we would have had to the ground. What thinks you're still attached? Can't.
Raw material processed. Credits deposited.
Be able to liberate the ECU. Before we do that last cut. Prep. The last one in place, just in case something wonky happens. How do we do this? We can't cut the ship in half yet. That will cause a power disruption.
Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credit.
So glad that has not frozen the reactor. A little worried that once we start moving it, that it could. Shouldn't, right? Positionally, it should remain the same. Relatively speaking. Okay. We need to.
Material accepted. Credits assigned.
Cut the goal before we do that.
5 minutes left,
Disconnect the
Cutter.
bolts, right?
You know what you're doing? Okay.
Do I know what I'm doing? That's a good question, Dee Dee. A little theory crafting here. Careful. Drag the whole ship with you. On the furnace. Upwards. Up and over. Oh, no, you are definitely trying to go into the furnace. We'll have none of that. You gotta, these pipes, you've gotta watch them because
Deposit accepted.
they'll get stuck on there, and then enough of it will go into the processor that breaks it, and then it'll hinge backwards and dump the rest of it into the furnace. Because there's no longer a tether pulling it forward over there. I do not know why I'm letting myself get distracted doing this. It's a hazard. I'm getting rid of it.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
So, what we need to do for safety is pre-pull these. I don't think anything's gonna happen when I disconnect you from the ship. I think it's still gonna pull down the countdown from starting, the meltdown. Technically, the ECU will no longer be powered because it won't be part of the ship any longer. Why we wanted to make sure liable. And that was anticlimactic. Nothing has happened. Now I know that the ECU is going to have trouble moving because it's got the floor in the way. Do not know that you're disconnected. I got 1 minute left and I got a fuel warning and I can't concentrate with both things.
Shift's almost done, Cutter. 1 minute left.
Welcome to Vendatron 9000. Thank you for your
Fuel
purchase.
levels.
I gotta be careful about this. I think we're secure at the moment. I think anything's gonna suddenly
Processing
trigger.
object. Applying credits to account.
We're gonna ride out the rest of this shift.
Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded.
I'm thinking that I'm gonna have to cut this floor out right here so that we can keep this from running into it. We want to rotate
Salvage secured. Credits
the
deposited.
entire unit. Now, technically, we could just pull the reactor just out as it is right now. We could, I mean, we do that under the other types anyway. But I want to see if we can get that rotation to go. Experiment.
Good morning, Cutter 9346-52. All the team at Lynx would like to wish you a happy and productive day.
I like this. I like all the geckos. Those are so good. Crash out. Cluttering my screen. I expected there to be some movement. Same with science, we're gonna... Oh, that's turning the whole ship. that wasn't stopping it from burning. Holding on to.
Material deposited.
Oh, it's stuck in the geometry. Yeah, look, that's it. That's what's causing it. So we're not going to be able to rotate it. Fine. I mean, it's what we were trying, right? So we'll do the proper way that we never do. We'll actually cause the full meltdown, full timer meltdown. Full bars. This is the way you're supposed to do it, which
Reactor meltdown
I don't think we've
sequence
once
triggered.
ever done it.
Urgent action required.
Bye-bye. No trauma.
Salvage deposit confirmed.
No drama.
Applying credit. Salvage goal achieved.
Just
Rewards
the
allocated.
countdown timer is so slow when it starts off full. Boring. First shot. Not gonna break everything else I can.
Salvage destroyed. Please refrain from damaging salvage.
Stuff it, lady. Yeah, this pipe is hard stuck into this
Salvage
because this
accepted.
spawned here.
Credit applied.
That's a random item that doesn't have to be there. We're gonna lose processor material because we can't separate these two. We have to just cut it free, which is gonna destroy half this pipe. That's irritating. Like, that whole segment is probably getting ready to turn to scrap. Yep, see that?
Salvage destroyed. Please pay attention.
Probably more economical to cut the wall away from it and send all that into the processor. I just don't want to.
Salvage destroyed. Please avoid damaging valuables.
Hush, lady. Not making it any better here. This one, often, if you're this close to it, you won't even actually disconnect it from the wall.
Valuable object processed.
That little piece of the segment there, sometimes that remains attached, despite it being cut free. Hey there, chat. Do I think they'll ever do a DLC or Shipbreaker 2? I think no on both counts. They haven't stated anything as far as Shipbreaker 2, so that is still a possibility. DLC, I would say, is almost
Salvage
a no
deposit
chance
accepted.
possibility.
Credits transferred.
The reason being, and we've discussed this before, is that when they
Salvage deposit secured.
proof of
Credits
concept of this
awarded.
game, they didn't think it would be as popular as it was. It's still a niche game, but it was way better received than they had hoped. And by the time it was to a point to where they could show people the
Credits
game,
transferred.
they had too much of the foundation already built, and they didn't build the
Salvage
tools
registered.
into it necessary
Transferring
to
credit.
expand on the game. But everything that they've done, like building ships and all that stuff, is 100% hard manual work. They didn't have any tools for just Lego piecing together. And expanding upon it would be very resource intensive. Our best hope here is that they learned that there is a market for this kind of game, and that this game was so
Salvage
well
deposit
received that
registered. Account credited.
they will consider, in the future, bringing it back around and doing a part 2. I certainly hope that could become. That's awesome. So love to have a part 2. I saw something the other day. I don't remember what it was now. I thought I saw something else that kind of reminded me of this game, but I'm on a blank now. And we could always play the
Account credit applied.
Graveyard Simulator. There was a part 2 to that.
Processing valuable.
Play the
objects.
demo. It's pretty
Credit
fun.
awarded.
Didn't have the depth that this has, though.
Salvage secured. Applying credit.
My main gripe with
Salvage goal reached. Rewards assigned.
Ship Graveyard Simulator 2 is that it is 100% cut by numbers. Like, there's just really no other option. You have to cut by numbers, and that's the way the whole ship comes apart. Beyond that, though, the environment is fun to play in, and upgrades to your tools are meaningful, and it's probably a pretty good, just kind of casual kill time game. But it doesn't scratch the itch for me
Credits awarded.
as a replacement for this, a part 2 for this. Because there's zero strategy behind it. You have to cut the things exactly where they have to be cut. You have to, knock out the bolts that have to be knocked out. I mean, there are shortcuts because you can cause collapses between the floors, which really is what the game becomes. Like, you're a mini game to see how much of the ship you can have collapse on itself.
Salvage destroyed. Don't do that.
Space Trucker demo looks good. It does look good. Unfortunately, it's
5 minutes left, Cutter, okay?
there's no key finding in it. You either have to have a controller or play right-handed. And I don't do either. I'm left-handed. Do not have controllers. So, yeah, I loaded the demo up and I couldn't even play it. Unfortunate. But I have, I've kept up on the forums here and there.
Applying credit to account.
And it does look like a lot of fun of a game. There are some concerns that I've seen, some legitimate concerns. When I
Valuable
look at a
object
game,
accepted for processing.
first of all, I go and I read the negative reviews about the game. And I'm less concerned about what the negative reviews are. Like, I don't expect the game to be perfect. I am concerned what I'm looking for is why people are complaining. Are they petty complaints, or are they well-founded, thought-out complaints? Like, it doesn't run well for me. that is not a complaint, then okay,
Raw
so your system
material
can't handle it.
deposited.
That's not a reason to put a negative review. But one of the good complaints or
Salvage
constructive
secured.
complaints that I've
Credit
seen about that
deposited.
game is that there's no, I feel like there's no auto docking or no reverse cam or something like that, and there was no
Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded.
no directional thrust. I think was one of them. Like I think you actually have to drive
Salvage
base truck
secured.
like it's an
Account
actual
credit
truck.
applied.
So if you don't back up directly onto, like, because you have to dock to like unload demo cargo. And so what they're saying is that since you're actually in 3D space, like,
Salvage deposit confirmed.
you know, say
Applying credit.
this is me backing up and I have to dock with that door. You have to, you have to turn like it's a truck to line up, and there's no horizontal or vertical control. So if you came in like this, you're just done. You're just gonna smack into it because you can't cross sideways to line up. So some of the complaints I've seen, and that seems like how do you make a space game and don't give us directional thrusters? And it feels like the impression I got from that is that they're trying to make it like it's an actual truck
Credit applied.
space. And you wouldn't. I get it's a space trucker, that's cute. But you're in space. So, making us wiggle the front to get the back in alignment
Salvage registered.
as if we were
Transferring
really,
credit.
a terrestrial-based truck. Seems kind of petty. Yeah, they were going for extreme realism, but that's kind of the
Salvage
problem. Is
deposit
like
registered. Account credited.
they're trying to treat it like it's a terrestrial truck in a space setting, and I appreciate that they're really trying to drive that home, but why put it in space? You're not going to give us space controls. And so that's a big concern about where, are they going to stick to that, right? That's going to be telling
You've got 1 minute
about
left.
the mindset of the developers. Are they so committed to a bad idea that they'll sacrifice
Salvage
fun
secured.
play
Applying credit.
for unnecessary levels of realism? A good developer will go, you know what, you're right, this might have been
Salvage
part of our
deposit
vision, but this just isn't
Credit
fun.
transferred.
And sometimes you have to give that up, actually,
Salvage secured.
the game fun to
Credit
play, because it's a
deposited.
game.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
And you have to look at it
Rewards
elements and say, when you're developing a game, you have to look at the elements of the game and say, does this meaningfully add to the game? Or is it just there to be there? If it's not adding meaningfully to the game, then you need to consider moving it. Like Satisfactory is which song from this game do I like? I don't have I don't even know them apart. They're such a background thing for me now that
Good morning,
I don't know what they
Shipbreaker.
are.
Your allocated shift time will be
I love the
commencing
music in this
shortly.
game, but I don't know the songs apart. They just play in the background. I don't even notice them most of the time. I notice them when they're missing. But they did such a good job in this game of making the music be in the background that it's just part of the game. But like I was saying about
Salvage registered. Transferring credits.
developers not sticking to a concept just for the sake of, well, this was my idea. I'm gonna be stubborn. It's not fun, but I'm gonna make it's gonna we're gonna keep it no matter what. That Factory is a good example of a developer going, no, this isn't fun, and removing things or changing things. So
Salvage
for
secured.
most of the
Applying
life cycle,
credit.
the early access life cycle of that Factory, you would only auto heal up to 3 hearts.
Salvage deposit
You have,
accepted.
I think, 10
Credit
hearts of
transferred.
health in SAS Factory. And if you were injured, you just didn't heal. Unless you got below 3 hearts. And then you would just heal up to 3 hearts. And so, essentially, players just were always at 3 hearts. And they were trying to shoehorn, you know, they have medical inhalers, basically is what they are, for full health healing. And they were trying to force players to use them. I guess just to justify the existence of those items. And eventually it was just like, this mechanic was never a good idea. It's not fun, and they finally removed it and enabled passive healing back to full health. And it was just a pure win for the game. Like, I had already installed a mod to enable passive healing because it was such a bad idea. It was so obvious it was such a bad idea. But it behooves a developer to take a look at the systems and say, are we keeping this in because we're determined to force them to play the way we originally envisioned? Or is it there because it's something that the game suffers for it not being it? Because sometimes there will be mechanics in games that people don't enjoy, but are core to the mechanic of the game. Alright, what? Stop it? What? This is dangerous. Come on, get out of the floor. Alright, I gotta get this other stuff freed up. Okay, there we go. They had to get this stuff freed up so I could get the floor out of there so I could free it up before it shot across and started destroying things. That should give me the floor right there. Go. Whoop. A big old floor piece. Satisfactory is another game that has a really great background soundtrack.
Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying
All the
credit.
music in Satisfactory is good. And we also have to consider what kinds of games, like strategy games or puzzle games,
Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded.
you know, the kind of music that is in a game, like in a game like this, it kind of needs to be in the background. Then you think about, you know, other games like RPGs, stuff like that, where, like, I'm thinking like Fallout,
Salvage accepted.
where
Credits applied.
the music is more upfront, memorable. I have the Fallout 3 soundtrack on my
Salvage
phone.
secured.
I was listening to it at work the other day. And man, it made me want to play Fallout again. Just
Salvage secured.
hanging around
No credit
and
applied.
listening to the Galactic News Radio, GNR. Such an integral part of the game. It's such a part of the soundscape of the game.
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to
Yeah,
account.
game breaking glitches. Yeah, the physics in this game can get crazy if something gets stuck. Because it builds up energy and it can break free and
Salvage
just
secured. Applying credit.
break stuff bad. I gotta be careful because it's moved. Hey, go on. Oh, what is going on with you? Come. It's lost. Oh, nope. What? You know what? Just the other side of the place. Like you just can't be trusted. We're gonna walk you in. I'll trust you. Walking a kid to school. There we go.
Deposit accepted for processing.
Some tunes just make you feel, yeah.
Material accepted.
Back in the old, I don't say old days, but way back in like the early days of GTA 3, the GTA 3 series, which was you know, the first time that GTA went to 3D. We had GTA 3, and then we had GTA. I don't remember what the second GTA 3 was, and then there was GTA Vice City, which was their Miami. It was still GTA. It was GTA 3, Vice City. And there was, I think, Los Santos was the last GTA 3 engine game. But Vice City takes place,
Salvage
not even,
registered.
no,
Transferring credits.
music from my age group. And I've played through GTA Vice City multiple times just so I can listen to the music in it. Like, I'd be playing the game and driving and just listening to the music, and then I would just pull over and just listen to whatever song was on the radio.
Salvage deposit accepted.
I waste so much time in that game just listening to the radio. And it's kind of not fair in that case, right? Because GTA music is legit, you know, real world music. It's not game music. It's kind of, you know, now that I say it's kind of an unfair comparison. I don't know if, like, I've never done the research whether or not the Fallout music is created for Fallout, or if they just found really old music, because that's before my time.
Salvage destroyed. Please revisit your training.
I know that the music in Fallout is just, you listen to it and you just got to play the game. Because it becomes attached to the experience of wandering the desolate wasteland. Like it becomes your only companion. You're out in the middle of no man's land, radiation everywhere. You know, destroyed village, you know, towns, and everything is so surreal. And have this one bit of civilization that's being
Hey, Cutter, you've got 5 minutes
piped
left
into
in this
you.
shift.
No matter where you're at,
Hope you're
you've got.
having fun.
It's what it is. It's like the music coming in on the radio is your connection with civilization. And so it becomes your companion.
Processing Valuable
crazy
deposit.
how much it becomes a
Credits
comfort.
transferred.
And so whenever I listen
Credits
to
applied.
our soundtrack, I feel myself walking through the wasteland. I can't separate the two. Alright, let's get this into... Need to be careful not to set that on fire.
Salvage destroyed. Please avoid damaging.
Hey, Chris Potter, how you doing? Come back. Hope stream's going well. We haven't blown anything up yet. We had a little bit of a slow start stream today, but that doesn't surprise me because I didn't post this far ahead of time as I normally would. I have a last minute notification that I was going to stream Hardspace. Fallout 4 is a mix of real world and some stuff specifically for Fallout. That's kind of what I expect. There we go. And I've played a pretty good amount of Fallout 4 as well. I've mentioned this before. In fact, I think I talked about it on the last stream. That I would actually like stream layout of Fallout 4 VR. I own it, and it would compel me to actually finish Fallout. Like, I've never beaten Fallout 4 because I always get bogged down in inventory management.
Accepted.
I always call it the inventory. It turns into an inventory management sim, is what I usually say. That's my one complaint about Fallout 4. There's so much stuff that you want to carry and pick up, which is a good thing, right? Because the world is so rich and full of stuff. But it's just like, oh, okay, I've fought my way through this building. Oh, I gotta just empty everything. I've got to take it all with me, and you just can't help yourself. And then that kind of feeds on itself, that cycle, because the further you get into the game and the more you start taking down more dangerous buildings, the more stuff they have in them. And it gets to a point to where every time you clear a building, you have a full inventory. And then it says, slow boating your way back to civilization so that you can throw it all in a chest somewhere. And I get so bogged because I just can't bring myself. It's just like in this game where I can't bring myself to stop picking up lights. I know that I would enjoy the game more if I would just stop doing that, I've never been able to do it. And I feel like if I did a playthrough of it in live streams, because it would purely be a live stream playthrough. It wouldn't be episodic. Like I wouldn't post. That's the whole thing, right? I wouldn't post like 30-minute episodes. They'll all be live. It's not to say that I wouldn't probably do some downtime maintenance, like working on because a lot of it's right is building of colonies or settlements. So I'm sure that I would do some off-screen downtime. Maintenance, but the game by and large would be live. And the biggest obstacle to it is that yeah, you're saying Hardspace would have been great in VR. Yeah, that would have definitely. The biggest obstacle to doing a live stream VR is that I
Good
can't
morning,
see
Shipbreaker.
chat.
This is your daily wake-up call.
And the point to live streaming is the interaction between, content creator and the audience. And there are some mods that would allow like a rudimentary importing of a window, but I've never seen it done well. Yeah, there are mods for inventory management. Yeah, there are. You always get bogged down in on the settlement side of Fallout 4. That's a real risk of, like, if I were to do this as a live stream game. What was our percentage? Oh, I'm gonna go to this because it should tell us. I missed what our percentage was. That's really close to the edge. Talking wasn't thinking about it. Actually, need to go to that screen because we need a macro. Yeah, I definitely spent plenty of time with doing settlement building and maintenance, and I think that's a fantastic aspect to the game, to Fallout 4. I think that was a great evolution of going from 3 to 4, adding that as a new feature. It added a lot of replayability. It added a lot more time to playing the game. A lot more to do. So that would be a risk of doing it as a live stream, is how much time do I spend on camera just building settlements. But that's something that I could feel my way through as we did it, if enough people showed interest in a committed series, because it's a short game. But the biggest problem again is how do I see chat and interact during the game.
Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded.
I think first of all, I need to be a little bit bigger of a YouTube. Right? I think I need a little bit larger channel. Because I think that game would lend itself nicely to chatting while roaming the wasteland, right? Because there's a lot of time of just walking around and looking at stuff. And I think that's a great opportunity to chat with people, because that becomes the idea of, hey, we as a group are walking through the wasteland and talking. I think that's phenomenally fun, the thought of it.
Airlock depressurizing.
But we need to make sure we'd have a more active chat. I don't know how many people would be interested in that.
Airlock pressurizing.
But also, again, my ideal, if I were to ever do a VR title of any sort in VR, live stream, I would want to have a fixed chat window. Like right now, when I turn my head right, I'm looking at a chat window right here. Have audio? We gotta listen to this first.
Charles, it's me, Tom. I've read over all the paperwork you sent over, and I saw the pictures too. Oh, she's beautiful. She really is. Even with that cute little cleft lip. And I thought a lot about what this would mean and how important it is to you. And I know I was hesitant at first, but I want you to have this. I want us to have this. And you're right. We need her as much as she needs us. I thought about it, and I signed it. I've also put in for an early release from my current contract. If they deny it, which they probably will, I'll walk. Then, I'm on the next shuttle back to the gate, and then on a Polaris back to you. Back to you and her. Does she have a name yet? If not, I think we should name her after your mother. Anyway, credits might be tight for a while if they let me go, but I've done more than my fair share of paving the way to the galaxy. It's time to build a family. Besides, what good is all the work I've done on the railgate if I don't have any family left to ride it? And when you pick her up, tell her her other daddy will be there soon.
Right. I love listening to those little bits. So yeah, so let's talk about, like, you know, I have the chat right here. That's what I would like to see. Like, that's a minimum requirement for me to do anything in VR. Is to have a floating chat window that follows my head. So whenever I turn my head, I would want it always to be there. And the things, the mods that I've seen, this door doesn't close. Oh, good. That means that pressurizes the whole ship.
Air pressure level decreasing.
Mods that I've seen basically attach them to your controller. So every now and then you have to basically, just like in Fallout, where you bring up your arm to look at your pip. You bring up your arm to look at the chat. And I don't want to have to keep doing that all the time. I want it to be a static thing that is floating that I can just look up at. So for me, that would be a minimum requirement to do it.
Airlock depressurizing.
But I would love to play through Fallout 4 again, and I do think that there's some value and fun value in doing it in VR. With of course, there would be a camera. People could see me stumbling around the room and running into the walls. I think that's part of the appeal to doing it live. If I was watching someone play something live in VR, I'd want a camera just so I could see them run into stuff, because that's funny. But it does look like a bunch of people are joining today. It's great. I know we're getting into that
Valuable object process. Credit
time where more
deposit.
people are at home. So I can see that the viewer rate's up. So something I was wanting to talk about today. We talked about it right at the beginning of the stream. A lot of people weren't here yet because I didn't give much forewarning or forenotice that we were going to stream today. And I wanted to feel out what people think about the possibility, the long shot, but a possibility of my starting new Minecraft series. Now, it would not replace Satisfactory. Satisfactory is currently the primary focus of this channel.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
And I've been upfront quite a bit in the past about how bad of an idea it is for a small channel to try to grow with Minecraft content. Not because Minecraft content is not popular, but because it's so incredibly super
Raw
saturated.
material deposited. Transferring credits. Object accepted for
And it's
processing.
Like there's no way my channel grows if I'm focused on Minecraft. And we do want to grow the channel. But also, I love Satisfactory, and I'm just so excited about starting the new Satisfactory season when 1.0 comes out in September. That it still would remain the primary focus. But there's a Unity server that reset
Salvage
your
secured. Applying credit.
that from what I've what was that about? That from what I've gathered is probably a
Salvage
good
deposit registered. Account credited.
or relatively good place for a content creator to join, in the sense that they
Salvage deposit
it
confirmed.
sounds like it's probably
Applying
content
credit.
creator friendly, more so than the previous series that I did,
Salvage
which
secured.
most of you probably
Account
didn't
credit
see.
applied.
If you don't realize it, I did a Minecraft season channel before Hardspace, before Satisfactory. I did Minecraft. I love Minecraft. I love the game. This is a great game,
Salvage accepted. Credit applied.
and I have so much fun playing it. But I play it the way I play Satisfactory. I'm a redstoner. I like automation and love building farms. And
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
and the recent update to Minecraft added the auto crafter, which is like a dream come true for a redstoner. And I want to play with it. I want to have fun with it. And I don't have time to do that
Salvage registered.
and not
Transferring
have
credits.
it be part of my channel, right? Because I only have so much time to play games, and I need the channel to have content. So only so much of my free time
Salvage
of playing
deposit.
games can be not
Applying
channel
credit to
related,
account.
which is
Caution.
not a
Out of
complaint.
tethers.
Just a reality
Hey,
of
Cutter.
being a
5
content
minutes left
creator
in this shift. All right?
creates content for games and has a job.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
And Minecraft is just eats your life, right? It's such a demanding game.
Welcome to Vendatron 9000. Thank you for your
Tethers restored.
That if I'm doing it, I need to be getting some channel related value out of it. And I think that one of the strong points, one of the really strong points from a content creation viewpoint of Minecraft is that it is great for live streams. There's so much grind in that game, so much downtime between what you're doing for making episodes to build something, that it's great
Raw material processed.
stuff, great
Credit
time for
deposited.
being able to interact with people and talk about stuff and get ideas and really interact. Plus, there's a lot of stuff that you don't have you don't have the time to have in a video if you don't want the video to be 5 hours long. When you're playing on a multiplayer server, you're interacting with other people. It's a great thing that you just don't have time to cover episodic content. So if I were to go back
Salvage
to
accepted.
doing
Credits applied.
Minecraft, it would be secondary priority to Satisfactory. A lot of my live streams would probably be
Salvage
Minecraft related, which is
confirmed.
really why I need to talk to
Applying
you
credit.
guys about it, because you're the people who will be watching it. Click. And it would replace a lot
Salvage
of my
deposit secured. Credits awarded.
live stream time of doing other stuff. Which isn't that big a deal, right? Because I don't regularly live stream. I try to semi-regularly. We've been doing it every Saturday lately.
Valuable object processed. Credits awarded.
And it doesn't mean that we couldn't still live stream other stuff at times, like Hardspace. Plus, it would also mean that we would almost certainly get live streams in that aren't just Saturday live streams. Oh, I just about talking, not thinking. If I had pulled the trigger on that, I would have been very unhappy. Because this wouldn't have worked anymore. Hey Marcus, how you doing? You usually have to watch my live stream VODs. I'm glad you're able to attend live. Have I thought about a Space Engineers series? No. I like Space Engineers for what it is.
Watching the clock, Cutter?
Because it's an incredible
You've
engine
got 1 minute left.
with which to build a good game around. I don't feel like they built a good game around it.
Deposit accepted for processing.
And that's kind of a harsh statement, and it's more harsh than it's meant to
Salvage
be.
deposited. Applying credit to account.
I feel like they put all this work into building an incredible engine and then just gave up on making content around and rely on players to make the content for them. I would like to see a cohesive storyline with goals wrapped around that engine that is Space Engineers, with the option to have a, like the game that exists as a sandbox is a good thing and shouldn't be taken away. But it should be the secondary mode, not the only mode. It's hard to stay relevant on an ever-shifting internet. Yeah, it is. Yeah, that definitely is. I know they've added some stuff to do in Space Engineers, like, they've added some life to it, pirates and things. But it's still aimlessly wandering around space with nothing really to do. Like, there's no reason to visit other planets. There's just, once you've built your ship, you're just flying around for no reason.
Good morning,
which kind of frustrates
Shipbreaker.
me, because
Please enjoy the following
I want to be
inspirational
rewarded
message.
for building a really cool
Success
ship
is not the key to happiness.
and have a
Happiness
reason
is the
to
key to success. If you
go
love
out there
what
and
you
mine
do,
the
you will
asteroids
be
and
successful.
accomplish a thing. Like in Satisfactory, we're not just building a factory, we have the space elevator with goals, feed to our, bosses, right, to the company. So it's sandbox with a purpose. And I'd like to see something like that from Space Engineering. We have the option in Satisfactory to keep going even when we beat the storyline. If you're building a factory just for the sake of building a factory, then you have that option. And
Fuel supplies
people do.
are available for purchase at the Master Jack.
but there was an actual game there. They took the time to build content around a great engine. And I would like to see Space Engineers do that. Then I would be much more inclined to do, yeah, you know, maybe a series around it. But when I've played it, I've always had fun. I just find myself like, okay, you know, I put all my work into getting a good working ship, and now I don't have a reason for the ship. Because that was the end of the things to do. I built a space train once that was just so awesome. Like it was just cool. You know, the cab was the engine.
Valuable object processed.
And then
Deposited.
there were basically rail cars attached to the back of it, and there'd be airlocks going between each rail car that would, like, you know, you see, you're watching a movie and you watch someone walking between train cars where they open a door and then they're outside, you know, and the door closes behind them, and then they open a new one and go back inside. That's what it was like. And so it was a train car. It was train car after train car. And every train car had a function to it, or you know, every kind of resource in the game. And so every car had, you know, dedicated storage for a specific resource type. They had smelters. I had scripts for like action blocks that would. That if I was in the cockpit, there was a readout. There were readout screens that would give me summaries of all the materials I had and how much of each material. And then there were readouts in each car of what kind of material belonged in that car, and there were console controls in each car. Gotta get rid. And filters to make sure, you know, everything was in the right thing, and it was just.
Salvage registered.
I spent so much time on it, and then just, you know. But it just got to where I was just flying around space collecting resources just to fill up the train.
Deposit registered. Account credited.
You have well over 1,000 hours in Space Engineers. Yeah, it's a game that's worthy of addiction. The front off. It's definitely a game that's worthy of addiction. Like I said, it is an incredible engine. It's a technological marvel of what they've done with that game. And I appreciate their accomplishments. I just wish they had gone further with it and made it into an actual game. It's a pet peeve I have. Like, you know, I've done plenty of games in the past where the difference is did whoever's running the game make content, or do they rely on the players to make content? And so a perfect example is live action role playing. BARP, we're familiar with it. I played Vampire, live action Vampire, for probably 11 or 12 years. And I mean, I played it a lot. And it was phenomenally awesome. But the difference between a game being good and a game not being good
Deposit accepted. Credits
was whether or not the storyteller made an effort to build out an actual storyline, events that are going on in the game, or relied on the players playing the game to just pursue their own goals and create content for them. And that's bad storytelling, bad game mastery. And those always ended up being the weakest games. Whereas the games were because that's the thing, right? It needs to be a sandbox where players are free to cut. Okay, as long as I don't get cut that one, I'm okay. We gotta cut that. The players need to be free to follow their goals, but there needs to be a structure around it. Use your imagination to create your own story. Well, yeah, but that's exactly it, right? That's you should be free to do it, but it shouldn't be the only way for it to be a thing, right? That shouldn't be connected. I think we're free to pull this away. And there are many games I've played where I create my own fun. Setting your own goals.
Processing valuable deposit.
Adds a lot of
Credits transferred.
replayability to games. Even if you're creating your own headcanon things. But that needs to be an option, not a requirement. So I definitely appreciate that you using your imagination to create your own story, and that's great. Right, but that's really what all that game is, and that's why I don't. Like every once in a while, I'll go back to it because I love base building.
Salvage secured. Applying credit.
And that was the last cube. I thought we had another one. Okay. That went dark. I don't think we needed no doors. Yeah. I don't think we needed power. That's fine. But that's that's my one complaint about Space Engineers. But yeah, again, it's an awesome game. And I miss my space train. I had a lot of fun with it. And one of the things that Space Engineers
Account credit applied.
gave me, the niche that I'm the target audience for, is the concept of a mobile base.
Salvage secured.
So
Credits deposited.
if you guys have seen either my review of Survival Train, Heat Death Survival Train, or if you caught the live stream that I did for Next Fest, I mentioned that was one of the big appeals to the game for me, is that you have a mobile
Salvage
base.
deposited. Applying credit
And that's
to
something that
account.
Space Engineers gives me. Because once you have a spaceship and you're up in space, your base is your home. Take it with you. And it's meaningful. Like it literally is
Salvage
the
deposit
difference
accepted.
between you surviving
Credits
and not
transferred.
surviving. And that's a problem with games like Minecraft, is that you can put all this
Warning.
effort into building a
Fuel
base,
levels are critical.
but it never, from a survival standpoint, if there's any, I'll double check, but I don't think there's any working people in here. I don't know why I went to the back of the vehicle to vessel to over the top. Oh, wait, there was one.
Fuel levels restored.
Is that you can build a defensive base in Minecraft. It's supposed to be a survival game.
5 minutes left in the shift, Cutter, okay?
But no matter how much
Okay.
effort you put into how complex your base is, or amenities you put in it or how nice you make it look. Your Minecraft base will never be any more meaningful, functionally meaningful, than just building a wall of dirt around you and waiting out the night, you know, whenever there's zombies out there at night. And so your base doesn't really mean anything, which is fine, right? Because that's not the primary focus of Minecraft. It's no longer really a survival game. And most of the stuff you're building is building for its cosmetics. But that's kind of the point, is that I can't build some super awesome, or building some super awesome mega survival base in Minecraft will never give me an advantage over anything else, because it doesn't, like, you know, if I'm not at the base, then whatever work I put into the base didn't mean anything. You know, if I'm out mining, the base doesn't help me. If I'm out raiding the end, you know, fighting the dragon or raiding the end for shulkers, my base doesn't mean anything to me. I don't take it with me. It's absolutely not a criticism of Minecraft. It's just, that's the way things are. But I'm the target audience that says, man, if I could take my base with me, I'd put so much effort into making my base that much more cool, and it would feel important because I literally live in it. It's the difference between my survival and not survival. And Space Engineers gives me that. That doesn't look right. Oh, that's right, because there's aluminum on the edges that I couldn't take off. Not reasonably. Yeah, that's just a loss. Oh, and you said NMS, so you're talking about No Man's Sky, aren't you? NMS. I thought you were still talking about Space Engineering. Yeah, over 1,000 hours in No Man's Sky. I played an early version of No Man's Sky. I know that it has come a really long way. And I've considered visiting it. But I don't really have the time. I know that, right, they added a lot. They really developed, from what I've gathered from watching stuff, that they've expanded on the idea of like owning ships, like multiple ships or your own fleet.
Applying credit.
And that really appeals to me. Right, you growing your character and growing your empire.
Credits.
I just don't know what the exploration
Finishing things up.
can
All
ever.
right?
I don't know if the exploration can ever be satisfying in that type of game. And the reason I say that is because there comes a point where scale requires genericness. I'm looking for a word. You can't have infinite worlds and have them infinitely interesting. So
Material accepted.
it comes down to, you know, landing on a planet doesn't become so meaningful because it's not something that's really driving you to go there. So we want to talk about a great space sandbox that has a true structure around it. Then we have to look at the X series. So like X3 and the current iteration of X4 are truly amazing games. I have X4 Rebirth. I got it like the day it came out.
Good morning, Shipbreaker.
I always had
Lynx
problems
would like
with
to share the following message.
drift. I have a flight stick,
permitted in the salvage yard are profit,
and I always had
processor, and
problems with
potassium
drift with my
trifluoromethane
flight stick
sulfonate.
in X4 that I never could resolve, which for me made the game unplayable. If I'm sitting there at rest with my hand just on the stick, my ship shouldn't be turning or rotating or whatever, and I couldn't get that dead zone to where it would calibrate right. And I don't know if that's the game being oversensitive or my flight stick just not being that great. I played through X3. I played the just crap out of that game, and it was just so amazing. But I played it with my old Microsoft Sidewinder, I think it was Sidewinder Pro.
Salvage secured.
You know, talk about an old
Account
flight
credit
stick,
applied.
right? That required a gaming port on your sound card, and it was unparalleled in greatness and how perfect that flight stick worked.
Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded.
But Microsoft stopped supporting it, and then sound cards stopped having game ports. So it's just not possible for me to use it anymore. And the replacement I got for it just failed in comparison. And as a result, I just haven't played any more games with flight sticks since then. It's a shame because I love space games. I love
Processing valuable object. Credits awarded.
I lose gas. Must have been just a little bit of it on the edge of that when I cut free. Burn the ship, so we don't need to cut that. But like X3, you could command whole
Salvage
fleets, and you
secured.
could
Applying credit.
you could build your own space stations and do trade and automate, cargo ships and
Object accepted for processing. Credits deposited.
you couldn't fly a capital ship,
Salvage accepted.
but you could
Credits
own them
applied.
and hire pilots to fly them, and then you could give them commands. And one of the super cool things was that you could dock with, actually pressurized, you could dock with your capital ships. But it wasn't like what you would normally think of as docking. There wasn't a docking bay. It was a docking bubble on the top of the ship. So you would fly through what is essentially a force field and land on top of the ship, and then you could take a staircase down into the ship. So you could still walk around the ship, but you didn't fly into the ship. You docked on top of it. And that was super cool because what I would do you couldn't, your ship, your personal ship, because your ship was like a fighter, your personal ship couldn't warp. You'd fly at high speed, and then there was the highway system So there was always like rings that would loop around a sector, and you could jump into it, and then you could ride it, and then pop out of it anywhere you wanted to. And that was the space highway, and that was the way that you got around fast in your little personal jet fighter. But capital ships could essentially go to warp. So what you could do is you could land, dock with your capital ship, and tell the captain to go somewhere. And the cool thing was that, remember, you're docking on the roof of the ship, so you could just stand on the top of the ship as it went to warp, and just stand on it and ride it. And so I would use, because they have these capital ships that are supposed to be going around the, and doing trade and maybe, combat and stuff like that. And I would use them as my chauffeur. And it was just so great to just watch it, just watch everything go by as you're standing. You're not even in your ship. You're standing on top of the ship, riding it at warp. That was just so cool. And not having to control the ship added to it, because now you're just as a passenger, just chill and relax and watch space go by. Plus, it was cool. Like, you could be a serious bully with your capital ships. You had, good combat capable ships.
Salvage deposit confirmed.
And if you were in an area and you were getting attacked by pirates and starting to get overwhelmed, you could call, you could call for your capital ship. Go, hey, I know you're busy doing this thing, but could you come over here where I'm at right now? And have capital ship show up when you're in a dogfight. It's just totally unfair. Like, oh yeah, you're picking on me? By the way, here's my capital ship full of guns. Have a nice day. And just let the capital ship tear them to shreds for you. That was a lot of fun. And it was just rewarding because it took a lot of effort to get to that point, to have a personal fleet, to be able to afford these big giant ships. The time it took to actually build the ships and get the materials for them and everything, you earned it. You earned having those ships. So it was to this day, it was the best I've ever run into for a space sandbox. And I'm not sure that No Man's Sky could ever give me that kind of satisfaction. And part of it, I think, is because what No Man's Sky is trying to do with it being part of the modern day infinite sandbox, which the X series is not. There is a finite, defined number of sectors with factions in them and bases, and then you live within that world. So everything exists there, and so they can create content around that finite world, and you have to kind of become master of it or part of it in some way. Whereas No Man's Sky tries to be everything everywhere, and I appreciate that's what they're trying to do.
Object processed.
And
Credit
I know that,
awarded.
and I'm not saying that it isn't good. I haven't played it since they've redeemed themselves. Excuse me, sir. Leave that behind. Dirty cutting here. Separate that. But I might revisit it at some point. I'm permitting. But what I would like, if I'm going to do that, I would probably revisit X4. I think it was like X3 Rebirth and it's X4 Foundations or something like that. I don't remember the naming convention at this point. It's been a long time since I looked at them.
Object processed. Transferring credits.
Infinitely similar worlds make different ones
Salvage
feel more
goal
special.
met. Rewards will be
Yeah.
paid.
It's just, you know, did they succeed in giving you know, players a reason to explore worlds? Are there unique things that you have to find on the different worlds
Valuable object processed. Credits
to
deposited.
justify having to explore them? Or is it just a bunch of generic outposts that, you know, you've seen one, you've seen them all?
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
Like, that
All
was the
salvage goals have
benefit
been met.
of...
Rewards maximized.
5 minutes left to get your
and-
work done. Okay, Cutter?
That's the benefit that we see in games like Satisfactory and Subnautica of them not being procedurally generated maps. Is that when you have a handcrafted environment,
Salvage
and
registered. Transferring
make
credits.
everything, you can make going to places and exploring places meaningful. Because you can make sure that there are unique things in those places to reward
Salvage
players for
accepted.
going there.
Credit applied.
Hey, Charmer. You been? How'd you make it?
Salvage secured.
Imagine
Applying
I
credit.
imagine it's pretty late for you, isn't it? They're near a side of the pond. Everything. Midnight for you. One of your favorite imagination stories for No Man's Sky is to get home. So, I mean, is there an origin? Like, if that would be something. There's a, like, if Earth exists or planet home, whatever, and you can eventually find it, then that would definitely be something. Like, you know, trying to find clues on different planets to lead you to the galactic center or something like that. No, an end goal. That would go a long way, and maybe they do. No, and I know they've gotten a lot of praise for having salvaged the drastic failure that their initial launch was. I understand the story behind that. We don't, and I don't hold. I'm not playing it because of their
Raw
initial
material
failure.
deposited.
Like I don't feel the need to continually punish them. I want to understand that they've made good on their promises, if a bit late. And I respect that, and I appreciate that they stuck with their vision, said, yeah, we could have done better, and took their licks and went back and did it better. So I very much appreciate what I've seen from the press, you know, and from forums and whatnot, that No Man's Sky has apparently redeemed itself, done so in spectacular fashion. Thanks for joining us, Marcus. We'll probably be here for about another hour and 15, something like that. We gotta do a javelin after this, our last trip for the night. It will take us a good, probably 5 shifts. So if you have a chance to come back, then great, we'll be here. If not, thank you for joining. could also mention while I still have people around, a quick reminder that we do now have a Discord and a Patreon. Just, it's not a sales pitch, just, I gotta remember to let people know that's a development. You know, we haven't always had that. 99%. Not bad. Charmer is aware of that because he's a moderator on our Discord. I was late to putting the stream up. I mentioned this earlier in the stream. I know a lot of people weren't here yet. I almost did a different stream today, which is part of why I was so late on.
Your designated sleep period is now over. Have a great day.
The reason why I did Hardspace tonight was because I knew I'd draw in a bigger audience I wanted to talk to about things. Also because it was kind of time to do it. Trying to do it kind of every couple of weeks. But the other stream I considered doing was League of Legends, which I don't stream League of Legends because I don't stream PvP stuff typically. I've done some streaming for Mecha Bellum. But I'm terrible at PvP. Nope. Okay, we're looking for a very specific ship, which is the other Javelin. We want it to be big, so we're gonna cycle our list. So we're gonna cycle our list here because we're gonna try to redeem ourselves from the mishap last session with the Javelin. But anyway, for those who are familiar with League of Legends, or aren't familiar, I guess, they just released a new game mode that's probably going to be a one-off. They've done this very rarely, where it's a player versus environment (PvE) game mode called Swarm, and it's just stupid fun. And I just before the stream today, I was playing the heck out of it. You play it in 15-minute blocks, just like we do here. Well, 15-minute blocks is something you don't fail. But it's just there's only certain characters you can play in that game mode, and it's just a Diablo-esque concept of hordes of stuff are coming in and you're killing everything and getting experience points as you go and building up abilities. And if you survive for 15 minutes, a boss spawns and you try to kill the boss. And they've done a really good job on it. The abilities are varied and fun, and there's lots of combos. And you actually are building up your profile between games. No, not the Javelin Heavy Cargo at the top. Again. And I think it'd be fun to stream it. Because it is high-paced, chaotic action. But also, you can have up to 4 people in it. So people in the stream who play League of Legends or have an account would be welcome to join in and play it with me while on stream. Which would be a lot of fun. If people are interested in that, who have played League of Legends or are familiar with it, I would consider streaming it outside of my regular schedule, the Saturday stream. if there was interest in it.
Hello, Shipbreaker 9346-52.
Because I'm going to be playing it anyway.
Lynx would like to share the following inspirational message. Some people
Because
dream
it's
of
addictive,
great salvage,
and
while
fun.
other people get up every
And one of the
morning
things I
and
like
make
about
it
that
happen.
kind of content is that if you fail, okay. You know, oh, that. No. You know, if you fail, you just, first of all, it's not wasted time because you get money and progress towards your permanent upgrades. That you can upgrade your profile and make your character, whatever character you're playing, you can make them stronger and more capable. And you're always working towards unlocking other abilities and stuff. So even if you fail, so what? And you just start another match. You know, just boop, right back into it. So there's basically no downtime. How could it have been if Hardspace was multiplayer? Yeah, it would have been rough. It'd be a definitely different game. Chris, you're a console player? Gotta get a PC, man. Gotta play PC stuff. I mean, obviously you have a PC typing. But PC gaming, man. It's the way to go. I'm not hating on console players. I've done plenty of console in my time. I mean,
Good morning, Cutter. It's time to begin
I've
your
got an
work
original
day.
Nintendo. A Nintendo, what, like Super Nintendo, and I got all, you know, I even have a Wii, which is not even hooked up anymore. I have an original PlayStation. I don't console anymore. Why is this continually coming up? We're recycling. There's the tanker that we're looking for. I want it higher up in the list. Get down that far, it starts being, you know, less things in it. We're gonna try again. I'm gonna try. The reason I don't console anymore is just because I PC game too much to console. You work in IT, the last thing you want for fun is to touch a PC. I've worked in IT a lot. I understand that, but I still console game. I still PC game. Been plenty of IT for my years. On-site IT, I've done lots of help desk. I hope to never have to do again. I hate answering phones.
Good
But
morning,
I
Cutter
certainly respect that.
9346-52.
And there are some things that consoles do, but why is that one seems to be stuck in place? I mean, we're definitely getting a different list. That's even farther down now. That's hazard level 8. Okay, this is the Delphinus. See if it's stuck with the same. We're seeing that same thing, that same place every time. But I haven't really paid attention to the name of it to see if it's just by chance giving us a cargo javelin up top, or for some reason it's saving the top one. Shouldn't be doing. It should be giving us an entirely new list. I never got an answer. We got distracted and talked about other things.
Good morning, Shipbreaker.
If I did start an, I don't know who's still here versus when during that conversation started, but if I did start a Minecraft series, that's a different name. If I did start a new Minecraft series, would anyone even be interested in it? Because I know that I don't necessarily have a Minecraft audience. It wouldn't be an every week thing. It would be my background casual game. Satisfactory, of course, being my primary game. But I would definitely want to live stream Minecraft. It would be on a server. It wouldn't be a single player world. But I'm just curious if people would, does anyone in my audience like Minecraft or watch Minecraft content? You'd watch Minecraft? Good, I'd have at least one person. I'm just putting feelers out there. I'm not committing to anything.
Please enjoy this inspirational message. The last 10% of a job takes as much energy as the first 90%, which is why it's so important to always give 110%.
I think they're giving us a new name, but I think that's just stuck up there. So that's a medium. Okay. I'm going to start and then abandon it. See if we can unstick this. But Minecraft recently, they've just added the auto crafter, and being that I'm a redstone player in Minecraft, it's like the fantasy item that we've always wanted, and I'm itching to go back to Minecraft and experience the joys of having auto crafting. I'm gonna still think about it. Like I have to make sure I can actually budget the time and the expense, because I can't run my own server. I'd be joining a community server, which means there's a cost involved. I have to go on Patreon of another content creator, which I believe wholeheartedly in supporting content creators. I have Patreon. But I don't know if I can actually afford. I've been up front before that have some financial challenge. Okay, we should have taken that fuel one when it was there. All right, we're just gonna, the first three slot fuel thing that we get, we're gonna take. We're not gonna spend the next hour trying to get the ship that we want. Clearly, it's gonna stick us with that. I mean, we could go into it and do one shift and then, not abandon shift. That would force it to give us something different. But we've never actually abandoned a ship. This feels wrong. Did anyone check out the dungeon crawler video I posted last Saturday? fun little game.
Hello, Shipbreaker
Working on
9346-52.
4 episodes for that,
Lynx
playing
would
through the
like to
different
share
characters.
the following inspirational message. Make the most of your shift by fanning the tiny sparks of effort into flames of profitability.
Getting 2 Atlases in a row. No, no, we're not going with hazard level 7. That's newbie level stuff. Except we can't do early level ships. Yeah, in the way back of Hardspace, we had a different interface, and you could do basically anything you wanted. You chose the tier, and then when you chose the tier, it would give you like 3 or 4 ship options. So you could absolutely go back and do
Hello,
a
Shipbreaker.
completely beginner ship if you
Overnight
felt like it.
genetic backup complete.
I was
Pattern
pretty
deviation
vocal
nominal.
about the change
Have a good day.
being, in my opinion, negative. They took away a lot of our options. But they stuck with it. Okay. Hazard level 9, tanker. Hopefully it will have both rings. Got a little bit here. It up. Have a Dorito. That was a good one. All right, let's do this. First shift challenge. 19 million, we can do it. Oh no, no ring in the back. See, that's part of the problem of it being so far down the list. That's why I was pressing to get a high listed one to get a fair chance of it having having 2 rings. Turn hold. It's a lot of money. It's not going to be available to us.
Warning. Fuel levels
shift.
are low.
Announcements up early. We don't normally try to make it pass like that, but okay. All right.
Airlock depressurizing.
All right, this time, let's go with the strategy
Salvage
of
deposit
not
accepted.
blowing up the ship.
Credits transferred.
See if it works out better for us.
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account. Salvage deposit registered. Account credited. Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
Cancel tethered before I did that. Okay, now. Alright. Come back and get that.
Salvage deposit
Or part of
registered.
the ring.
Account credited. Salvage goal cleared. Rewards allocated.
That going up above the jack.
Salvage secured.
I just now
Applying
realized why they
credit.
call that one the Master Jack. After all this time of playing this game. Alright. Didn't have the free hand to get to the mute. Full commitment to getting this. Because those are all jacks, and that's the Master Jack. I literally never connected that. Still kind of silly. Clicked. Right. Okay, 18.
Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded. Salvage goal reached. Rewards assigned. Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
Pushing it here because of fuel. Processing.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
Throw the switch by.
Airlock depressurized.
Salvage registered. Transferring credits.
Airlock pressurizing.
On working regulator. Exit to the top too. Working regulator. Okay, that helps.
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account.
Air pressure level decreasing. Airlock depressurizing. Airlock depressurizing.
Alright, while it's moving. spot.
Welcome to Vendatron 9000. Thank you for your purchase.
Fuel levels restored.
Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credit.
All tethers. Out of my way. Give me lights on the inside of it. Don't have time to check.
Salvage accepted. Credit applied.
Major thunder rolling in.
Valuable object accepted for
Get
processing.
away with
Salvage goal achieved.
Brings
Rewards
it
allocated. Salvage
a little
secured.
faster.
Credits deposited. Processor deposit accepted. Credits awarded.
There's 5 minutes left, Cutter. All good? Good.
Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credit. Salvage goal reached. Rewards assigned.
others. Way. All over the place. Oh man, I didn't catch it either. It's still flying around. Come here. Ah! Well, that was undesirable. Well, so much for that. That was a big ticket item. I tried to catch it as soon as I pulled it off the wall, and it just shot right past me. Not sure why it was agitated in the first place.
Salvage secured.
What else can we do
Applying
for
credit.
money?
Deposit accepted for processing.
Anything of real value out of here?
Airlock depressurizing.
Salvage accepted. Credit applied.
Airlock pressurizing.
How did I do on speedrunning this? Well, just now did not go well. Excuse me? You guys saw that, right? This is not a ghost ship. We're just, at this point, we're clearing the ship. That ECU blowing up
Air pressure level
ruined our
decreasing.
$8 run. I mean, then we couldn't find a ship with double rings on it, so it was already gonna not be a record-breaking run. Really not sure what agitated the coolant.
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account.
Money off.
Ship's almost done, Cutter. 1 minute left.
Tether supplies dropping.
Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded.
Getting anything else of value?
Salvage secured. Account credit
That's about
applied.
Forgot about that bug. Didn't actually depressurize. It was just an audio thing that it thinks that it was depressurizing. And lost 2.5%. Yeah, so we only made 16 million. We lost what would have been another 750,000. This still would put us under 17 million. We need it to be a top tier ship to get the big bucks. Just not as much value in this if it's further down in the rank. Where's the rings? Listed as our own thing. Yeah, ion ring. That's 1.6 million. That's the fact that we're missing a second set of rings. That's another 1.6 million. That puts us at 17.6. After that, puts us over 18 million. That's how we get our, potentially 19 million run. I mean, look how much stuff got destroyed from that exploding. That's a lot of lost money. That's all right. Things happen. If I caught it in time, I had grabbed the first two and he just whoop right past me. It should have bounced around a little bit, but I mean, it is working as intended, right? That's the whole point, right? If the canister has a leak on it, it's gonna go all over the place. And it just got past me, and I backed out of the ECU, and it was already around it and bouncing around the room, and I couldn't find it fast enough to catch it. Then,
Hello,
boom.
Shipbreaker. This is your morning
I think what it
wake-up
did is
call.
it froze the ECU, and then it ran into the ECU. And the impact destroyed the ECU. Because, like, something being frozen doesn't actually destroy it. I still could have turned in the ECU after it had been frozen. But it was still bouncing around when it did that. And so its impact probably is what destroyed it. Sticker unlocked debt free. I don't recognize that sticker. Remind me at the end of the shift. We gotta look at our stickers. What was that about? I am very curious. I don't recognize that sticker.
Raw material accepted.
Imagine doing multiple ships in free play in a single shift. Yeah, I mean, you can play without time, without a timer. Never appealed to me. I understand that it appeals to other people.
Transferring credits.
I'm glad that it's an option for them. I feel like this is what the game was structured, you know, around. So I like playing it this way. I like the challenge it gives me as well. You know, start running out of time for on a given shift. I'm trying to wrap up before it goes, and you know, something I enjoyed. But I am definitely glad that they gave that blue.
Processing
play it that way.
valuable deposit. Credits transferred.
Giving players more option rather than less.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
A good thing. The thing that we're hearing is this one right here got bumped. I think it's it just dissipated. But that one, that radiation housing, what got damaged. Guys always hide connections. Now that he's stopped radiating, I can actually around here.
Material accepted. Credits transferred.
Oh, what? Who are you? Bad angle. Bad angle.
Object processed. Transferring credits.
Go there. Keep you saving as it goes. Random chance I sent him that way, because I know I'd be facing this direction.
Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credit. Processing valuable object. Credits awarded.
Might be able to get a
Salvage secured.
two-piece
Account
housing.
credit applied.
Kind of hard to pull off on these because they're attached to that back plate. A lot of times they get stuck there. So we'll give it a try.
Object accepted for processing. Credits deposited.
The back plates. Get these out anyway. That was dangerous. I could have spun
Material
around and
deposited.
smacked me right in the
Account credit
noggin.
applied.
Fired it as quickly as I could because I didn't want it to have the chance to do it, but yeah, lucky. Nice try. Good.
Deposit accepted for processing.
Trying to free all 4 of these in first try is always like a mini game within the game.
Raw material deposited. Transferring credits.
Ah, failed. Oh, both of them. I just actually stuck.
Processor deposit accepted. Credits
Right, it's a
awarded.
different one on either side.
Deposit accepted. Valuable object.
Better can have like a screwdriver which go on the other side and unscrew it. Imagine it's, you know, bolted in through there. Beam. I am being sloppy. That's edible. Alright. Go this up. Ready. That. I'll still be genuinely surprised if we get this out. I got broke in the deep freezing.
Valuable object processed. Credits awarded.
Oh, it really broke up. Look at that. That whole wall came apart. Goodness. What are you stuck to then? That.
5 minutes left, Cutter, okay?
How far are my tools upgraded? I'd actually have to look at the upgrade list because I don't fully upgrade all my tools in this. Like the grappler should be fully upgraded. But like the
Valuable object accepted for processing.
split saw, that thing right there, I think I've got maybe one upgrade on it. Or a distance upgrade. I have the, you know, the cooldown upgrades, of course. Stinger, I have probably most of the range upgrades on it. But split saw is a liability at long range. It's so easy for it to cut things you don't want to cut. So I use it strictly as a close range
Processor
tool.
deposit accepted. Credits awarded. Salvage deposit registered. Account credited.
There's some other upgrades I don't have either, I think.
Salvage goal obtained.
Some
Additional
suit
rewards
upgrades I don't
assigned.
have. I didn't want features that come along with them. Let's take a look when we get out of here. Take a look. We're going to be going to the console anyway because we need to look at what that debt-free sticker was. It was debt-free with an asterisk. I assume it's just a money goal. Maybe. Finally hit the amount that we were originally in debt.
Transferring credits. Material accepted.
Oh, it's full.
Salvage secured. Applying credit.
Anything holding it on the ground.
Salvage accepted. Credit applied. Processing object. Applying credit
Clean up
to
here.
account.
3 bits out of the way. I saw another floaty bit. Not. There we go.
One minute left to finish things up, Cutter.
Frisbee throw.
Deposit accepted for processing. Material accepted. Credits assigned.
I'm sure that was a good angle on that light. See whether or not we get credit for it. There it is. We made it.
Salvage deposit secured.
It's easy to kind of whip it under you, you know, not realizing that you held onto it just a little too long, and it actually goes, you know, sideways instead of actually going into the barge. Oh, that was the remnants of a atmospheric regulator.
Processing valuable object. Credits awarded.
All right, I want to see what that sticker was, and we'll take a look at the tool upgrades. I mean, obviously I have a bajillion tokens. I can re-upgrade everything like 4,000 times. I kind of like, you know, I like having the option. Option isn't really the term.
Good morning, Shipbreaker.
I like that
Mandates
there
a
are
maximum of
strategic
8 hours of
reasons
sleep.
to
Any
not
extra sleep
fully
time will
upgrade
be
everything.
docked from the next pay cycle.
Like just blindly upgrading everything to max isn't just the clear best strategy. Yeah, see the delays. This is as far as I've gone on the range for the Stinger. I don't want it infinite. I don't want it burning stuff too far away. This is 20 meters. Good. Split saw. I didn't even buy any upgrades. It's right here, range 10. That's worked out real well. That's far enough to, like, going, you know, when you're going down the underbelly of a gecko, that will get you across to hit the pairings, but it won't go all the way down to the end and take out the fuel line. Then of course, you know, all the capacity and cooldown rates, obviously, purchase. Grapple, everything except for, I didn't fully upgrade the tethers because I want them to expire. We never gained the ability to individually disconnect, cancel tethers. So either it's all or nothing. I didn't max out the duration. There's temporary ones I want to go away. And 3 minutes just kind of didn't feel long enough. 4 minutes, about right. Thrusters, all the upgrades. I never picked up the system scanner in the scanner because this way, if I scroll the mouse one time, doesn't matter which direction, doesn't matter which mode I'm on, it will always go to the mode I want to be on. So it toggles between them. If there was 3 items and you have to scroll through them, you wouldn't always end up where you want to be. I just boop, boop, boop. This tells me everything I need to know. I don't find any value in the system scanner. That just kind of keeps it off my menu. Helmet. No reason to get the final O2 upgrade because this is long enough for one shift. This, you only use this if you're playing the extended mode. You don't have the 15-minute time limit. Recharge modules, I mean, there's no reason for me not to have bought them. I mean, now, I guess there is now because, so these, if you're in a O2 environment, your tanks start to refill. We never run out, so there's no reason to have a recharge. It wouldn't hurt us. I'm not gonna spend them tokens on it. The suit upgrades. I don't have any of the resistances, not because they are a hindrance, but because the game's already too easy as it is. So I didn't buy these. I mean, we never run into cryo or electrical anyway. Electrical, I guess, on occasion if we miss the timing on a few. I just hate explosions. Plus, we do fly through the fire on all the Atlases now. But yeah, this is just to give myself something of a challenge. You know, as close as I can. So I don't have these upgrades. I don't have the audio upgrades because I don't want the way the audio works right now to change. This is supposed to, yeah, size sounds. I like the way the sound works in the game. Like, you can put your hand on a pipe and you can hear if the pipe's live. You can hear fuel going through it. And then just the isolation that you have from being out in space is your helmet and nothing. No, I like the sound the way it is, so I never picked it up. Of course, all the upgrades for demo charges. Thrusters, we could probably repair them all here. Usually wait till they're below 40%. All right, stickers. The debt-free sticker. That was our third one. We can upgrade it now. Let's see here. Do we have it on either of our tools? Not even use. We want to part with a sticker. I feel like we're telling a story here, right? It says make your time count, and this is the don't. So I have don't make your time count. And we have the AI stuff that's all together. AI God. Skeletons for ghosts. I don't know why this is just for us to put it, I guess. All of our food stuffs together, then all of our ship stuffs together. I mean, if I replaced anything, it would be the paw, because this has got the paw on it anyway. Let's do this. Upgrade me. Down here. Wow, so our next sticker would be 1.2 trillion. Billion. Man, world, I think we have more money than that. But let's upgrade it. Still have the paw print. All right. Yeah, probably 2 more
Valuable
shifts.
object process. Credits.
Sticker unlocked, top 2%. Don't know what that one is either. I'll remember to look that one up when we're back. Okay, get out of here. I'm not gonna if it scoops up some of the processor stuff. I think I'm gonna be okay with that. Oh, that is almost 7,000.
Object accepted for processing. Credits deposited.
See, like that's the 10 meter range. That's still enough to get both of those. I don't need the split solid going further than that.
Caution. Tether supply depleted.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
Oh, no, no. No, no. A lot easier to clean up now. Behind them and shove them. Oh, how I shoved the wrong one. Getting a little impatient with it. Cleaning up explosions, but they never gave us the gravity net tool that we wanted. Gravity orb.
Object processed. Transferring credits.
They never said they would. It was just something we kind of always
Salvage
wanted.
secured. Credits deposited.
You know, as the final thing on the wheel. Always felt weird for there to be 4 spots on the wheel and only have 3 tools. Like, what did they leave out? What was it they were wanting?
Material deposited.
Didn't make it. Oh, we're out of tethers and out of demolitions. I think it's a good time to go back to the Master Jack.
Welcome to Vendatron 9000. Thank you for your
Tethers restored.
purchase.
Thank you for your tethers restored. Ah. Bravely not even turning to look at it. Like one of those action heroes, an explosion going off behind them, they're walking away. That's right. Action Hero 52. What's the Hitman from the Hitman series? 47, something like that. I've never actually played it. I've seen some videos of it, and it's pretty neat what the game does. I think it's not like originally a console game as well. I see the older vids of people messing with the game physics. You mean from Hardspace? I'm well aware of the physics exploits in Hardspace. The reason why I never participated in the race for the leaderboards, because I refuse to cheat. And all the leaders use physics exploits to save time off of it. I'm not interested in it. Like that's not even a skill I want. I've never tried it. Never tried to do it because I don't want to develop those skills. Make me better than them? Mostly. People who use, again, I don't criticize, especially the way people want to play a game solo. I don't, play it however you enjoy it. That's the truest thing you can ever say about playing games. I do have some problem with people exploiting bugs in a multiplayer setting, competitive multiplayer setting, what the race is.
Raw material processed. Credits deposited.
Hypermassive explosions? No, I haven't. I didn't. That. The physics exploits that I'm familiar with are the ones where you
Credits transferred.
use lighter objects to move heavier objects. Very low mass objects can push infinite mass in this game. So basically, you can tow an entire gecko with one tether by using the exploit. Interesting. With demo charges. Unfortunately, we are now limited on the amount of demo charges that we can place. Like 10 or 12 or something like that.
Accepted. Processing
No longer
valuable
can
object.
you no longer can
Credits
just keep
awarded.
placing them. I never really understood why they made that change. I mean, it doesn't really impact anything negatively. I'm not mad about it. I figure they probably did it to keep people from crashing their game by putting too many demo charges down and having them all go off. But I think that's a cool thing. Like if you want to crash your game from going way overboard on explosions, you know, that's your right. But I mean, I can appreciate from a development standpoint, you don't want you don't want that to be a thing. Like
Valuable object
that
accepted
you know,
for
game
processing.
crashes reflect poorly upon
Material accepted.
your development of the game. Oh boy. So I was supposed to be able to come back into there, but I forgot I took the door handle off. I took all the door.
Salvage goal met. Rewards will be paid.
Saw a guy do over 50 charge. Yeah, that would have been before they made that change. It used to be also that you got your demo charges got fully
5 minutes left,
reloaded
Cutter.
between
You know what you're doing?
shifts.
Okay.
Like you just got a free full set of demo charges every time your shift ended. We were all not happy when they did that fix. I mean, we knew it was coming. I'm not mad about it. But yeah, you used to have essentially infinite. That was when I depressurized that room. Which now I think about it, of course I didn't.
Air pressure level decreasing.
It was just nice always having free demo charges because boy, we just used them like crazy. But then they went to the other extreme, which was the Master Jack would only give you, like, when you paid for demo charges, Master Jack would only give you 5 demo charges, regardless of what your limit was, which made increasing your limit kind of pointless. I mean, convenient that you could carry more at one time. There's smoke coming off of our. What is going on? Oh, the ship's moving, because that's not me moving. Something's happened. We gotta get out of here.
Air Airlock depressurizing.
I don't know where the ship's
Airlock
going, but
depressurizing.
come on, let me out. Oh yeah. Ooh. Talk about physics bug. Everything locked us in. I was like, because if it was drifting into the furnace, we were gonna get sucked in with it because we couldn't get out of the hull fast enough.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
Oh, audio.
Well, the first time you do a run on the rails, oh boy, you're gonna be miserable. I mean, it's real bad. You're gonna hit that first gate and get 50 G's, and that's, oh, well, it's a bit like putting your finger in an electrical mount. It's a jolt. But then the first accelerator comes, and the next one, and they come faster and faster, and you're gonna be hitting accelerator after accelerator, each one with 50 G's and another, and you're going fast, but really all you feel is that jolt, getting faster and faster. Now, some of us get used to the G's, become zeros, riding the rails, but some never do, and have to find a way to handle it, or
All right, so
they wash out.
technically I'm exploiting the
I'm
bug.
not sure how or when my body made the adjustment, but I can tell you, I'm a real zero now. No, I'm never going back planet side. Don't think my body can take it.
I just got all righteous about people using the bug, and I'm using it right now. In my defense, I'm using it to counter the bug that blew this all the way, because I mean, the decompression is what moved us, but it wasn't the air going out. It was
Cutter,
pushing.
there's 1 minute
The air was
left till the
pushing
end of
on
the shift.
some low mass object that was moving the entire ship. Ship wasn't being blown. There was no air going out the front of the ship to push it backwards like that. That was a bug that was moving the ship in the first place. So I'm just countering the bug, put the ship kind of back where it should be. To undo the bug that did this in the first place. All right. That was dangerous when I hit that. Their decompression was inside. In fact, it wasn't even venting to the exterior. The ship should not have moved at all. Damn it, you know, boss. We lose a radiation. I think we lost anything on that shift. I'm guessing it would have been one of those little chunks that we sent in that belonged to the processor that got pushed into the furnace. Because it was still part of the processor, it was still classifying it as part of the radiation containment unit. That's what that was.
Good morning, Cutter 9346-52.
And we did lose one of those.
Links
so
would like to share the following inspirational message. The greatest reward in life is the chance to work hard at
New
work
sticker
worth
unlocked. You know that. Okay, so that was the title of the hollow one that we unlocked. Okay, I got it now. Aside from the debt, think you could do this hypothetically? I mean, do I think I could be a cutter in real life? Absolutely. This would be an amazing job. Yeah, I could absolutely do this. I would love it. It's less about the job that I would enjoy. I mean, I would probably enjoy the job. But it would be. I don't doubt there would be a lot of hard work. And I am claustrophobic, so there would be some concerns about my being in a spacesuit out in space. But I think my absolute love of being out in space would completely override that. Especially, like, if it was this job and we're floating over a planet, oh man, that would just be the most amazing. Like, if you were just, like, out in deep space, it'd be less cool. I'd still do it, but it would be less cool. Although we need to get the connector back there. Like when I was a kid, I was always at the swimming pool. I was always swimming all the time. I swam competitively. I love being in the water because I love
Object processed. Transferring credits.
the 3D range of movement. I love being able to. It's like it's the closest that we will ever come being able to fly as a species, right? We are no longer, when you're in the water, you're no longer bound gravity. And I loved it. I spent most of my time underwater. I've never smoked. I've never done anything to damage my lungs. I've always had a great lung capacity. Probably from years of swimming and swimming underwater, I developed it. But like if I was like, I'd be at
Material deposited.
public swimming
Account
pools,
credit applied.
and I'd dive into the deep end, and then I'd go and sit at the bottom of the pool and just sit. Watch people swimming and just chill there. In fact, I almost drowned in high school. Really almost drowned. If you guys are familiar with a game called Sharks and Minnows, I'm sure there's other names for it regionally. But you have a bunch of kids in a pool. The rules of Sharks and Minnows is that one person is a shark, all the other players are minnows, or all the other kids, all the other people are minnows. Oh, apparently I didn't depressurize that. And everybody gets in the deep end of the pool, and all the minnows are on one side of the pool, and the shark is in the middle. And then it's like 1, 2, 3, go, and then all the minnows try to cross to the other side of the pool. And if they get tagged by the shark, they're eaten, and they become sharks. It's kind of like dodgeball, where you start getting eliminated. Except, you know, if dodgeball, if you got hit by the dodgeball, you're now on the, you're now on the throwing team. So maybe bad analogy, but yeah, it comes down to who's the last minnow standing. And the caveat is that there's a rule that says you can only tag someone who's on the surface. So you're allowed to swim under the sharks. And that meant, for me, I was never a shark. Never. I don't remember a single time in my entire life of playing Sharks and Minnows I've ever been a shark. I've never been caught as a minnow. That's because they would say go, all the minnows would start swimming across the pool. I would swim to the bottom of the pool, across the bottom, and come up on the other side. Just almost unfair. It is unfair. Okay, it is unfair. But I was never a legal capture. Because I was never on the surface to be captured. I'd come up against the wall with my arm up and just tag the other side, and I was safe. And so I was always the last minnow. And there was one time the kids got tired of my doing that. Rightfully so. Mad at them. But there was it was like 1, 2, 3, go, and like I was so just disconnected from what was going on around me. I would just go down and swim across. I wouldn't pay attention to anybody else. I would just swim my route, come up the other side, and then wait for the remaining minnows to make it across. And I went to the bottom, started swimming across, and it was like the classic comedy bit of someone crawling across the ground and they run into boots and then look up and there's a guard. That was what happened. I swam across the bottom and I ran into feet and looked up, and there were kids. The sharks had all swam straight down and tried to make a wall to keep me from swinging across. They couldn't tag me, but they could physically block me from swimming across. And so what I did was I let all my breath out. I just blew all my air out, nullifying my buoyancy, and then sat cross-legged on the bottom of the pool. Just like, okay, I can stay down here longer than all of you, because once you eliminate your buoyancy from all the air in your lungs, you're no longer doing this, trying to keep at the bottom of the pool. So you can sit down there for, if you've got good control of your breathing, you can sit at the bottom of a pool for a long time with no air in your lungs, because you're not burning any oxygen, because you're not moving. And I was that annoying kid who understood that. So I blew all the air out of my lungs and just sat there and stared at them. And they all ran out of air, and one by one, and had to go back up. And the last two kids, when they ran out of air, grabbed my arms on either side and started up to the surface, dragging me up with them. They couldn't tag me, but they got frustrated, so they grabbed and dragged me up to the surface, which is problematic, because now I don't have control of my arms and I have no oxygen in my lungs. I've evacuated all my entire breath. And they're going up at their pace, I need to be able to, the whole point to being able to sit on the bottom of a pool with no air in your lungs is that you could kick off the bottom of the pool and just shoot straight to the surface and get air as soon as you need it.
Warning.
So it's not,
Fuel levels
you're not in
are
danger.
low. Fuel supply.
Cutter?
But once
Got
I'm no
about 5
longer,
minutes left till you're done for the day.
I'm no longer, my feet are no longer on the bottom. I don't have control anymore, and I don't have control of my arms because these kids are holding on to them. And the worst part of it is that they come up on. There's other kids in the pool. Aren't playing sharks and minnows, and there was a kid on a raft or whatever, just lying around in it, reclining, relaxing, and they came up on either side of that kid, which meant my head hit the bottom of that, and I couldn't surface. I didn't have control of my arms. I couldn't surface. I had no air in my lungs, and I took in a lot of water. The adrenaline kicked in, so I freed my arms up from those kids who were holding onto my arms, and managed to shove the kid off of my head so that I could get air. And I took in a lot of water. That was a very unpleasant experience. They still didn't tag me. Technically, I didn't get tagged.
Raw material deposited. Transferring credits.
But yeah, I mean, if I hadn't had the training I had, I would have drowned. Because I was able to fight off the impulse,
Valuable
breathe,
object accepted for processing.
just long enough, not gasp in more water. Because when you take in that first bit of water, your lungs convulse, and that is just going to suck in even more water. So when I took in that first water, I was able to basically keep myself from hooking in more water. And just a few seconds that you need to get
Salvage accepted.
away.
Credits applied.
Somewhere where you can hold on to something, like I got to the edge and I could hold on to that and then just cough up all the water that was in my lungs. But I was,
Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credit.
that's been a long time ago and I still remember it very vividly. But I love water, I love swimming, and back to the original conversation, would I do this job? I would do it in a heartbeat. Because flying around in space in a spacesuit every day, just like it was back, swimming in the water all the time. That freedom of movement. Just nothing like it.
Material accepted. Credits transferred.
Here we go. You finally freed up. Yeah, see, this is what I was talking about. The thing that we
Applying
lost.
credits to account.
See the processor piece here, radiation containment unit. One of them, remember, got away from us into the furnace. And that's what it was talking about when it said we lost one of those. I have been talking.
1 minute left on the clock, Cutter. 1 minute.
Go on another.
Raw material processed. Credits deposited.
Okay, yeah.
Object processed. Transferring credits.
gonna try to wrap it up on this next shift. We
Raw
do have a
material
lot more to
deposited.
do.
Transferring credits.
That out, or do we want to pull this out? Oh, we want to pull the center out. All right, we got a plan. I say it's not claustrophobic. So people, a lot of times people misunderstand what claustrophobia is. Claustrophobia isn't a fear of small spaces. It's a fear of confinement. Like,
Good morning, Cutter 9346.
I can be in a tiny, very tiny space as long as I can freely leave it.
Productive day.
But I can also be in a huge space and trigger my claustrophobia if I can't leave. Like, I was at a department store once, very late. I was shopping very late. It was like in the mall or something like that. And they locked the doors to keep people from coming in because they were starting to wind down. After I'd made my purchases, I tried to leave and I couldn't get out because the doors were locked. And my claustrophobia triggered almost instantly. I wanted to leave and I couldn't leave. A big old, huge, department store. But I was trapped. I didn't have the power to leave. That was up to someone else. And yeah, I had to strongly encourage them to get someone to come and immediately unlock the door and let me out.
Salvage registered. Transferring credits.
And so being in space. Yeah, in space, no, if we're down, no one screams. Yeah, there's no screaming in space. So that would be my concern is spacesuit itself wouldn't be claustrophobic, I don't think. It's that I mean it could be, but like as long as I didn't just really feel like I needed to get out of that spacesuit, I don't think that would be the problem.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits
It's just that
transferred.
there's a long procedure
Credits
to
awarded.
get out of your current environment. Right? If I wanted to go do something else or whatever, I would just be aware of here I am out in space,
Salvage deposited.
and in order
Applying
for
credit to
me to
account.
not be out here in space, I have to go, to the airlock and the time for it to open, and then I have to dismantle the suit I'm in, and
Object accessible.
it is confinement.
Credits deposited.
I can't say for sure it would trigger. There are the hallmarks, or there are the things that can trigger claustrophobia are present in that scenario. And I've got, I'm not new to phobia, so I've learned I want to say control it, keep it from controlling me. Meditation, mental discipline. know, claustrophobia can't trigger if you don't want to leave the situation. So if you don't think about wanting to leave, then you can start to get control over it. You have to not think about the fact that you can't leave. So you have to occupy your mind on other things until
Warning. Fuel
the
levels
situation
are critical.
changes to where you're no longer
Credit
stuck.
applied.
You're stuck if you need to poop. Well, I'm pretty sure that these spacesuits
Salvage
have
deposited. Applying credit to account.
Waste disposal built into them.
Salvage secured. Applying credit.
Yeah, if they didn't, then that would really be inconvenient.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
They cut a floor out.
Salvage deposit secured.
Granny.
Credits awarded.
That's an air filter. A roof house? Okay, though. We can always roll the ship. Probably storage bins. Those guys right there. Now there isn't. Lights on it? Nice, we got bonus lights. Lights are always attached to something that doesn't go to the barge. That is a supreme rarity.
Raw material deposited.
I think we fixed our thrusters. I might not be able to stop before that sent me out. Ah. Fine. Go with this alarm real quick, like.
Welcome to Vendatron 9000.
Fuel.
Thank you for your purchase.
Fuel levels restored.
In here. Don't look like it. Light enough for us to. It is. Get out of my way. That thing right there is blocking the line of sight.
Salvage registered.
Okay,
Transferring credits. Salvage deposit registered. Account credited.
Go that way. You guys can follow. Alright, well, I just committed tethers, which means I can't use the temporary tether to rotate the. Not this way. Ow. Oh, they're still tethered. Be a pain. Oh, nice, got both out. Get me ahead.
Salvage secured. Account account credit applied. Valuable object processed. Credits deposited.
Not light enough for me to turn it.
Salvage
Manually.
deposit confirmed. Applying credit.
Not that sugar is gonna make the difference.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited. Deposit accepted for processing.
Yes, we got this. Got this. Is green, all green. Super green.
Valuable object processed. Credits awarded. Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
Oh, it's light enough now. Don't really necessarily need to do it, but
Rewards assigned. Salvage deposited. Applying credit
I
to
easily clip
account.
the wall on that. Also, that little computer console.
Hey, Cutter,
All
we've got
furnace
5
stuff
minutes left
in
this
here.
shift. Hope you're having fun.
I am, Dee Dee. Thanks for asking. I do believe we got everything. Good. That.
Processing object. Applying credits to account. Material accepted. Credits assigned.
That looks like one of the bottled drinks. Actually, a ship flying under us. I want to turn this in too. There.
Material deposited.
I'm not going to get all this stuff. Wait for stuff to go in there. Oh, we still got all of that. We got a lot of gray. There's a lot of gray. Okay, this is options.
Processor deposit accepted. Credits
Any me.
awarded.
We win.
Raw material accepted.
Anything else? Yeah, there went all the gray.
Material accepted.
I'm sure there's a couple of shards here or there. Wasn't what I was ooping over. That was. Free stuff.
Transferring
That was
credit.
kind of a lucky shot there. All right. We got our main. We're getting out of here. So that could have gone a little more smoothly, but pretty good. We had that. We got just like the last time. I mean, it was less our fault this time, but we were supposed to be redeeming ourselves on this ship, and then that coolant tank just threw everything out the window. So we'll have to try again in the future. All right. We're gonna wrap it here. Yeah. If you're be watching this as a VOD and weren't here for the conversation about Minecraft, feel free to leave a comment if you would be interested in watching
Good morning, Shipbreaker.
casual
Your allocated ship
Minecraft
time will be
content.
commencing
We're not,
shortly.
if I do go back to it again, it's going to be a moderately casual thing. I'm not going to do mega build. It'd be for building farms and just hanging out with people, and there'd be some live streaming and stuff. I'd still do cool stuff, but it'd be a secondary thing on the channel. Satisfactory remaining the primary. But we need to have people who are interested in watching that kind of content if I'm going to bother to do that. But it's something I'm going to keep thinking about. But feedback helps. Beyond that, a reminder that we now have a Discord and a Patreon. If you consider supporting the channel, would love to have you. Discord is free, though there are channels within it that are Patreon access. Feel free to stop in the Discord, say hi, and we will possibly be streaming some League of Legends Swarm near future. We'll see. Beyond that, there will be another Dungeon Crawler episode here this week as I start going through the characters. And what's up for next weekend? Not sure yet. But thank you very much for coming out. Always love to see you guys. And fun as always. So I appreciate your time. And look forward to seeing you. Have a great night. If you enjoyed this, you may want to check out one of these other videos. And thank you very much for your time.